beginning of Wild Rift Esports Year 1 starting in NA, and so you know what that means, Smacks. This is the Wild Rift North American Summoner Series presented by Riot and Wisdom. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander Arambide. Sam Smacks Benjamin Hyde is joining me once again, and you already know what it is. Year 0 was such a blast, and because it wasn't our official Year 1, you already know that Year 1 is going to be an absolute banger, man.
Woo! My pixels couldn't even take it as soon as we started. I can't either. I'm so pumped to be back here for more Wild Rift action. It's been far too long. So many months have gone by, but we're finally back, and we're ready to kick off the first commemorative year of Wild Rift competitive in North America here for the WNS. It's day 1!
Oh my god, I've been waiting on this for so long, but before we get carried away any further, we gotta bring you guys up to speed about how the format will be for the first circuit, because we've got plenty of circuits to go around, but we gotta take it step by step, you know? Ease everyone back in. There's a lot to go underway. First circuit, there's going to be 2 qualifiers back-to-back weekends. On the day 1 of those qualifiers, we're going to have 64-team GSL group stage. The top 8 will advance into the second day, where we have our top 8 single elimination bracket, and then the top 4 teams from there will qualify for our major, which then brings us to the third weekend of that first circuit. 8 teams in the major, double elimination. The top 4 teams that place will automatically advance into the second major, Smacks.
And with all of that and the entire circuit as a whole, there is a grand total of $150,000 in prizing. $15,000 of that will be in each of the 3 majors. We have an $80,000 prize pool for the championship. There will also be an additional $25,000 in additional side prizes apart from that. We've upped the game here, Rafa, for the first year in Wild Rift Esports in North America. I'm super excited.
Dude, I mean, there's so many narratives that we're already excited about, and with especially some of the top teams that not only placed near the top 4 and the top 8 of our championship last year, but then, of course, getting to see Tribe, you know, get international experience over in Horizon Cup. But you know, speaking of Tribe, we got to go over into which group they're going to be playing in, because we already know that Tribe will be one of our mainstays here. But Group B, also another big one, Immortals, who placed second at our championship after, you know, being on the top 3, top 4 end for the first couple of majors. But then they made a huge sprint towards the top, and they are going to be challenging Tribe for the throne of NA.
Big recognizable teams in both of those groups, and Yawn as well in Group B. That's a team that's been bouncing around North America for the last year in competitive in 2021 as well. We also have 2 other groups to show for you, and in Group C at the top of your screen right now, you're looking at that, the first seed, No More Ego. If you notice the first letters of each of those words, that's enemy. They have a full-fledged name, a new logo, and everything, but it is still the same set of players, along with some additional new faces. And if you're looking at Group D as well, we have 2 all-star teams down there in both Cloud9 and Sentinels. Very exciting group.
This is a year where not only we have our old heroes looking to maintain their position and rank in the guard, but this is a year where new heroes and new teams can make a huge name for themselves. I think, you know, one of the big stories from last year was Chonk Chortle, a team that came together in the last chance qualifier, or the qualifier for the third major, and they started making a name for themselves as one of those top 4 teams that could contest the likes of Immortals, the likes of Cloud9, the likes of Enemy as well. Tribe was still kind of the big hurdle to get over to, but you know, this is the now chance for us to look at some new teams, like in our first series today, Suzaku taking on 16-bit Genesis. And we're going to have those rosters for you in just a moment. Suzaku, actually, we just got word that there's going to be a little bit of a roster swap. Some of the subs are coming in. We're not going to be having the starting Dragon Lane and support, which is going to throw a little bit of a question mark towards us, Smacks, because already we didn't have a lot of information going on to Suzaku, except for their starting 2 players, but now that they're not going to be here, it's going to be really a wild card against 16-bit Genesis.
Jumping into a new year, we got to jump into some new faces and new players as well, like you mentioned just a bit ago. And, you know, There's always going to be that big hurdle of Tribe. They won everything there was to win in North America in 2021. They didn't win everything that there was to win in Singapore, but you know what? That's okay. We're not in Singapore right now, Rafa. So
they can't hurt us anymore.
We'll see if these players can put that to the test as well and try to get up to that level. For 16-bit Genesis, we're looking over at this side. We've got some familiar faces. We got Dawn up in that Baron lane, who's bouncing around a bunch of rosters last year, alongside Hi Don't Hurt Me, otherwise known as Zin, a well-known streamer in the Wilder community, and self-proclaimed rank 1 Jin in the entire server.
It's not very often to see Jin being picked in competitive play or standard play, but Zin is one of the few people who will recognize strong matchups where the Jin can thrive. On the other side, Suzaku Gaming, as we already mentioned before, Yoon and Ta are coming in as substitutes for the starting Dragon Lane and support. So for us, this is a completely new line of faces, Smacks.
Yeah, we're going to be frank with all of you guys. We do not know these players, and we will be seeing their first competitive look for us right in front of our very eyes with all of you. I'm really excited to see what they actually do bring to the table as we think about what kind of champions there are in the meta as we get into this draft, Rafa. The last time that you saw the two of us casting Wild Rift was at Horizon Cup, and the most recent champion was Thresh. We've got a bunch of new faces to the Rift. Kale, Morgana, and of course the boss himself, Set, which I imagine is going to be banned every single game today.
The Set, dude, if you're not banning him in solo queue, at least on red side, you're doing something wrong. Because there's no way that blue side teams will ever let the Set go through. I remember there was one time we didn't ban Set, because I was like, okay, guys, someone's going to ban Set. I'm banning Malphite, just because that's a really... In solo queue, he's a beast. He doesn't matter how poorly you do in lane, as long as you can land Unstoppable Force, then, you know, you can turn things around. Especially in my rank of Emerald. But we got Set on red side, and you already know what it is. You just smash and dunk on kids. But I'm assuming that because Suzaku had to use a last-minute substitution of Yoon and Ta, they missed out on that first ban. So, second ban will be the Gragas, powerful Baron laner. We've also seen him flex down towards the support role as well.
And much to my surprise, Set unbanned so far. There's still 2 more bans available,
They're waiting on
so
it.
that very well could still happen. Just to fill everyone in as well, if Horizon Cup was the last thing you saw, you'll notice there are 5 bans now. That is the new standard. If you've been playing ranked as well, you already know this, but basically both teams get 3 bans right off the start. They pick 3 champions each, and then they get to ban 2 more. It's very similar to what you will have seen in PC League of Legends if you are a viewer or a fan of that game. So and that's how things operate here.
The respect Jin ban towards Zin. They don't want to see it today, but Set's open, Smacks.
Yes. This is a shock. I was already immediately wrong about Set being banned every single game. That is not true quite yet. I would imagine that champion gets picked very early on. I do like the Morgana ban. It does tell us that 16-bit are most likely Thresh players, because that is one of the major weaknesses of Thresh as a champion, playing into Morgana. So I would expect that champion to come up. Set's first.
Okay, 16-bit Genesis. I want to see what the answer is going to be. Remember, this is a best of 3, so, you know, it's not a one game and then boom, you're done, right? And now, one of the things that I imagine 16-bit Genesis are theory crafting is Jace is ranged, you can poke Set down, and as long as you are keeping an arm's length distance away from him and keeping out of range of Facebreaker, he can't always necessarily engage on you. And of course you have things like the hammer to bash him away and disengage from him. The thing though about Set is his gnarly passive HP regeneration. So I imagine that maybe some jungle attention to really putting him down before he gets access to Showmaker. It might make things easier for the Jace, but as you called out, Smacks, Thresh being locked in.
There it is. Thresh, just the jack of all trades. Well, it's that part's definitely true, but he kind of cheats with the saying he's master of all things as well. He's just way too good at every single thing that a support would want. He's the full package. He has flexible crowd control in both skill shots and range, and you also do have that Dark Passage to keep allies at a safe distance outside of the reach of some of these melee champions that are now pouring in with the Set and the Olaf. Really do like the Thresh being locked in alongside that Jace because of that range that you mentioned before. This is a lot of really beefy champions that Suzaku are drafting for themselves, though. And one of the really big benefits of drafting Set first is that he can play just about every single role in the game. He can go top lane, jungle, mid, support. Everything is his domain. So Suzaku still have a lot of flexibility with where they want to put this champion. We're expecting at this point that it's not going to go jungle, because that's really where Olaf shines. But all the other positions are certainly up for grabs.
Whether it's in a solo lane for either mid or top. This Jace pick, I mean, it was one of the other champions outside of Caitlyn that didn't make its way onto Horizon Cup because it was just a patch too late for it to be legal on. So, but if you were tuning into all the community tournaments that were during the off-season, then you saw how powerful Jace can be in the right hands. And you mentioned it before, triple flex, right? A lot of junglers like Tybe and Yikes immediately jumping onto the Jace. I know Tarzan also got in some games on the Jace as well. And you can really see a diverse amount of builds. You can go for a long-range poke build, stacked Muramana and then full lethality, or you can go for a bruiser build and really take advantage of his high base damage in hammer stance. Go for things like Black Cleaver Death Stance, even things like the Solari Charge Blade. You know, really just kind of taking inspiration from things like the Riven build of the old.
Yeah. Solari Charge Blade may be a little too spicy at this point, but it's definitely there as an option.
Don't knock it until you try it.
The most often build that we've seen with Jace is the Edge of Night Rush, although that has been nerfed on this most recent patch. That likely has changed at least a little bit. He really does appreciate that item with the extra spell shield that it provides. Now with the Jax locked in, we're expecting that to go into the jungle. So still waiting for one more solo lane that they will be counterpicking here once 16-bit sees the entire squad of Suzaku. Braum being locked in, that sort of does solidify where everything is going to go, just needing one more dragon laner here. I'm expecting some sort of marksman. That Caitlyn that you mentioned before being released alongside Jace is definitely a possibility. The really big powerhouses of the Ziggs and the Varus are off the table, but they're going for a little bit of a semi off-meta style, no marksman at all, just this Orianna to provide some more utility for these melee champions.
Ooh, and if that brand is official, then that's I want to say brand mid then, for the side of 16-bit Genesis. Now, brand, we haven't really seen that much, even throughout the community tournaments. I know there was a couple of times where we saw a brand in the Dragon lane, kind of to fill the same niche that we saw Ziggs first coming in through, and then Orianna filling in Mage when you have a lot of physical damage on the other side of the map. But we haven't really seen brand mid. But against someone like Galio, who doesn't have that much kill pressure, it's not like a Zed, right? It's not an Aurelia that is going to all-in you consistently. Galio wants to roam and be facilitating the rest of the map for the likes of Suzaku. And I think you can see a clear game plan here. You have long-range poke from 16-bit Genesis, and then when they get low, maybe you can throw out a Pyroclasm and finish off any stragglers. Whereas for Suzaku, it's all about getting these two big beefy boys, Set and Olaf, into the back line and assisting on the dive and giving them movement speeds and shields.
Oh yeah. And that's really what it's all about when you pick champions like that Braum and the Orianna. We are already on to the Wild Rift here, Rafa. We're getting in. This is game one of WNS
my God.
ever.
We're here. And look at this. The duo lane of Suzaku giving Ice a little bit of a push here just to make sure that he's able to find maybe a ward onto the jungle of EU Import here. Gonna look for it onto the Raptor camp. Oh, it's good to be back, Smacks. I've missed this.
Feels nice, man. Oh, it's a good time here on the Wild Rift. We're getting into the swing of things once more. The duo lane, as you mentioned, Rafa, of Yoon and Ta, pushing in mid. They get a little bit of flack in this lane now. They have to deal with the wave being pushed under their turret by Varus, which is never a very easy time. You're going to get shot by all those blading arrows, and a death sentence as well. That's not going to be very comfy.
Zin and Just Mobile Gamer taking advantage of the fact that they had primary push. EU Import already crossing over to the bottom side of the map, not full clearing the top side of the jungle. Just making sure that they have access. And, you know, ever since we had the jungle changes, giving more gold over to the blue side camp and not making red side super OP, and it encourages more full clear farmer styles like the Jax, which is what Weba from Dakun Gaming made such great use of. We might see an early skirmish, though, in the river here.
Bit of a retreat. I'm not wanting to fully commit to that one for 16-bit. There was the movement speed shrine, which isn't a gigantic bonus, but it does provide you just a little bit more utility in that, alongside giving Taka that level 4 advantage. Now 16-bit choose to go over to the Scuttlecraft. Gotta be careful.
Ice looking for the taunt onto EU Import. A lot of damage down. Ooh. That's going to be first blood for Suzaku. No subs necessary. Dawn also on the run, but trying to use Flash and Barrier, not going to get him out alive. That's 2 kills over to Suzaku.
EU Import not quite able to get the smite away either. Now Taka, 1 camp away from level 5 at 2 minutes. This is going to be a brutal Olaf to go up against in this one, Rafa. This is so much extra power we're going to be seeing, and it does so much to exactly what you said the win condition was for Suzaku, bringing these melee champions into the game, into the spotlight early on. This is as early as it could possibly be.
And getting a champion like Olaf had set snowballed insanely hard. They have high base HP and high base damage as well. So they don't necessarily need to... What's up?
We got an interesting lane assignment. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but
no, you're good, you're good.
You swap already. Ice in the Dragon lane solo at 1v2, just trying to mitigate the early game advantage of something like a Brand. If Ice can safely farm this up and dodge out on these skill shots, this is a really effective strategy.
I think 16-bit Genesis are reacting to this, though, because they want to make sure that they are not allowing Ta and Yoon to have center control of the map. Because anytime they're able to clear out this mid-wave, they can react instantly to Taka's invades or plays on the jungle against someone like EU Import. Because you got to remember, a little bit of a timer. If this Jax is given time to scale up and hit those 2 items, Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruin King, then he can split push without impunity, and he can 1v1 almost any champion in the game. So it's really on Suzaku to have the incentive of just trying to steamroll the first few minutes.
Seeing a rather large advantage in that jungle, so will make things pretty difficult for EU Import LFT to get to that point. Taka very close to already finishing off the Triforce of his own, making his way over to the Dragon, looks like. Suzaku stacking up a bunch of members over there. It is a little bit risky for Ice to be recalling while they are taking this. He does have the ultimate, though, so he will be able to access a team fight if it goes awry a little bit earlier than some other champions would.
That sentence does land. This would be 3 people, but I don't think the rest of the team was quite ready for it, but now they're all here right on top. Fan and Rinny, unfortunately, my friend, you have been outnumbered 3-1, but this will allow the rest of 16-bit Genesis team to get Rift Herald, whereas Taka answered for the first dragon on the other side of the map.
Set may be powerful, but he is far from immortal, Rafa, and as you said, completely outnumbered in that exchange, will go down even after using the barrier and the ultimate. Now without those tools, it is very difficult for him to walk forward, and likely will lose out on this entire turret, maybe not even needing the Rift Herald. They decide to go for the safe route anyway.
Well, they see the dive on the other side of the map. Major Pain, no way out of this one. By using the Rift Herald, this will guarantee that they get first brick before the members of Suzaku can answer back through the Dragon lane. First brick going over to 16-bit. And so they're starting to scale up. They're getting resources and gold onto their main carries in EU Imports, Jax, and of course, Jace for Dawn. But I wanna point out something though, Smacks. When you mentioned that Triforce is being built on Taka, you remember the old Olaf builds, things like the Death Rush, or the Death Dance Rush, or the Staircase Gauge Rush. That's because, you know, that Olaf was a facilitator and then just becomes a frontline later on in the game. But because he and Rinmi are the 2 main physical damage dealers, you have to invest in a little bit more of a carry build this time around.
Yeah, it's a great call to go for. I like that highlight that you mentioned there too, because they don't really have a marksman at all. They really do need to just get in there, be buffed up by the other utility members, and deal all of this extra damage. It does, granted, fall off pretty hard later on. You're going to have a really tough time outscaling the damage of things like the Jax, the Varus, and even the Brand in the mid lane. Even though he is more of that early game mage, he will still out-damage you if he doesn't have to worry about you getting in range and assassinating him. So that is something that Suzaku have to deal with sooner rather than later on the composition like this. I, granted, do really love the response that they went for to match that Rift Herald with a Dragon Lane push of their own. I think that was very well done.
Yeah, next Dragon won't be coming up for a couple more minutes here, but I imagine that will be the first big team fight of the game that we see from both of these teams. At least that's where Suzaku needs to force a huge fight to gain that advantage so they can just start breaking open the map.
For some leeway here in this mid lane. Mobile Gamer and Xin just trying to push as fast as they possibly can to perhaps give themselves a little bit of a recall. It looks like Xin has not quite spent all of his money, so maybe waiting on that one, or just a death sentence.
That was a friendly one. Just like, hey, let me yoink you real quick.
Secret handshake.
Yeah, I'm yoinking your chain, literally. You know, Ta and Yoon doing an admirable job so far, stepping in for the starters of Suzaku.
Another secret handshake, man. They're practicing this one. They're making sure that they get it down. Although it's not so secret, we are streaming to some viewers out
Exposed. Well, so a 3-on-1 onto Ice, trying to do as much as he can to stall
Wow.
out this taunt onto the turret. Dawn Ignite comes out, forcing him away. Oh, but what a beautiful snipe from Xin. God. Doesn't matter if he's not playing Jhin. We told you before. He knows how to play other marksman champions, even if Jhin is his favorite. But, man, beautiful stuff. And this is going to be not in time for the dragon to come up, so Ice will be back on the map. We'll have access to Hero's Entrance. But, you know, a little bit of extra gold towards 16-bit Genesis' way does not hurt them at all.
Xin will be the first to tell you that even though he is the best Jhin in North America, the champion is not very good. And he doesn't actually want to play it unless he definitely has to. Varus, completely the opposite. The skill shot practice that he gets from playing a caster marksman like that Jhin, definitely putting in good work here on the snipe. And I really loved the movement that Ice went for. You saw that he was able to dodge out on the Chain of Corruption thanks to the Justice Punch. Little move back, the wind-up. Make sure he gets the punch in the right spot. I thought that was really nice, but he couldn't dodge every single arrow. Just way too many of those skill shots coming down from Hi Don't Hurt Me, aka Xin, moving on to the Drake.
Doesn't look like there's a strong challenge here. Chain of Corruptions is nice from Xin. Will stop them in his tracks. They immediately burst out Ta. But look at Taka, who is just trying to run down Dawn. But he doesn't go down. Taka trying to flash on over and pick up any stragglers here from 16-bit Genesis. And one by one, Suzaku, despite losing out on the dragon, pick up 3.
They don't even lose out on the dragon. Oh wait, no, you're right. I'm wrong. They miss out on that one. You're right. I was thinking of the one from earlier. They do get to trade for the Rift Herald. Did you see Ice's taunt in that team fight, Rafa? He landed on all of the members at once. That was absolutely brutal. That is the type of utility that you do need if you are going to be that front line on your team and you are going to have all of these melees. You have to have pinpoint precision on your positioning. Ice definitely showing that so far.
Taka and Ice definitely been the standout so far this game, netting a huge early advantage around that top Riverside skirmish that allowed Taka to accelerate and get this Trinity Force online super early. 2 Rift Heralds they have now claimed back-to-back, or actually, 16-bit getting the first Rift Herald, Suzaku getting the second Rift Herald. Apologies.
See, now I messed up both of us. That's my bad.
You know what? It's okay. We're getting back into the swing of things, getting back, making sure that we're getting into our wild side.
Ooh. That sentence going wide. There, you gotta practice the handshake just a little bit more here, Just Mobile Gamer. Should we shorten his name to JMG? Is that a good enough acronym?
I'm cool calling him Mobile Gamer. That's got a ring to it. The just part.
I don't know, some people like getting nicknames assigned to them, so.
JMG. Well, yeah, maybe they can let us know after the series. JMG, JM, Mobile Gamer, Mobile G, Mo G. He's emoji, bro. He's a mobile
emoji.
J-moji. I don't know. That might... It's okay.
We can workshop this later.
Yeah. There's plenty of things to be workshopped. And right now, 16-bit Genesis, despite this being a slow part of the game, waiting on the next dragon to spawn, I mean, they're comfortable with it, right? You have this Jax that you just want to buy as much time as you can. We already highlighted before that Suzaku are the ones that they have to be pushing the tempo here, and they haven't broken open this mid turret yet, which has been causing them a lot of problems. Ooh. And now J-moji finds the flay into the death sentence. Tog getting critically low. The ignite might tick him down. It's Xin that picks him up on the backside with that arrow pick as well. Taka will fall. Xin picking up another kill. A huge shutdown. A lot of gold, but he gets run down by Rinmi. And now Pain. Major Pain, can you save this one? But he realizes this is not the correct angle to approach this fight. 3 people, very scary. Has to flash away.
Not much to take in the aftermath, but I do have a lot of highlights off of that last team fight. Firstly, Xin was able to kite out very effectively on the first 2 melee champions, but then the second wave came in and he ran out of steam. Set is just a little bit too fast with the mobility granted from the command dissonance from Yawn. And you have to be able to stay on the outskirts of these team fights every single time. It's one of those instances where you're so used to, like, all right, I took out all these champions, I'm feeling confident as the marksman. But no, you have to be on your toes at all times against a composition like this. Xin definitely learning that one the hard way, as all of this utility is really, really coming in clutch for Suzaku. They need to go for this Drake now.
Flash Barrier just burned onto Yawn. That's going to be huge. Still has access to Shockwave, but cannot step up as safely as they would like to. Already, major positional advantage for 16-bit Genesis. Dawn and Xin need a little bit of help. Getting escorted over there as they're pushing out mid-wave. Rift Herald will be popped.
Oh, man.
And it's timing out here.
Yawn has to base. That is not great. Against the Jace and the Varus poke, it's just way too brutal. Yawn did buy teleport, though. Will be able to access this team fight.
Safely teleporting to the side of Rinmi. Going in with a Showmaker. Here's entrance. Oh, look at the wombo combo. So many knockups. Welcome back to Wild Rift Esports, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it's all about.
That's why they call him Set, Rafa. He sets up the fight so well. The Galio ultimate rampaging on top of the whole team after he slams somebody right into the entire squad. 16-bit. This is why you ban the boss.
And that's going to be game. All 5 members gone for another 10 seconds. Should be enough time with the damage coming in from all of Suzaku Gaming. GG. Well played.
That was so nasty. Oh my word. They won the game off of one single team fight. That's all it takes with a composition like this. There's no possible... Look at that spike!
It was so
no
even.
No possible way to kite it out.
Yeah, it was so even back and forth, right? And then you saw that they're slowly 16-bit were hitting the late game point. But then Rinmi finds the eye for the play. Showmaker into Facebreaker, or Showstopper, I should say. See,
yeah.
Showstopper, Facebreaker, Haymaker, and then you got the double punches. But still, oh my god, the amount of crowd control. There is no way for any members of 16-bit to really get out of that. Because they're not stuns, they're not roots, it's just pretty straight up. It's a lot of displacement happening back and forth, the giant bounce house, if you will.
That was so beautiful. And Yawn with the heads-up decision-making to teleport into that fight as well. Most damage in the game on the Orianna off of that last one, too. The shockwave onto everybody after the Galio ultimate, the Braum ultimate, the Set ultimate. And then just Olaf gets to free fire all of his axes. Ooh, that is exactly how all 5 of these champions want to be team fighting. Suzaku really making a statement with this first game. I thought their macro decisions were really clean across the board as well. Big highlight for me, of course, that last team fight, but their well-executed dive onto the dragon lane where Brand was just sitting pretty trying to farm up. Nope. Can't do that. The whole team was up in Baron lane taking Rift Herald and the turret. Very nice response from Suzaku alongside their team fighting and really solid positioning, especially from this Galio. 2 thumbs up from me. I'm really looking forward to this next game.
Yeah, the thing for me was the fact that you have 2 subs coming in. Now, we don't know how much time Suzaku has split between their subs and their starters, or if these subs were just like, yo, we need 2 players to come in. Can you help us out here? And it's like, yeah, we got you. But the way they coordinated themselves, I mean, I'm talking about not only them rotating mid lane to start giving Ta so much access to be able to assist Taka throughout his invades, being able to help Ice as well roam and get him to other sides of the map. I mean, the clearly, you know, the poke from 16-bit Genesis was starting to be super threatening, but then once you find the angle and everyone is there at the right time, oh man, it's just so deadly. And so I wonder if 16-bit Genesis, if they return to red side, are we actually going to see the Set ban? Because he was the person that started off that fight and allowed for everything else to be facilitated.
Yeah, definitely do that. If you're whoever's on red side, actually, you should definitely do that. The key word from what you just mentioned about Suzaku to me is coordination. The way that they coordinated the team fights, the map movements, everything was really crisp. If I'm being critical, the one thing that I was actually concerned about was that they sort of took a breather moment in the mid game. I think they could have kept the same level that they were going throughout the entirety of it. Truly, though, if they are going to be that coordinated in the team fights, that is going to be a major strength for them in the rest of this tournament, and likely will push them forward enough to make it onto the bracket tomorrow. But I think that's definitely something to look out for. There's always something to improve as a team, and I think that was something where they were really impressing me for a while, and then I just kind of leaned back in my chair. I was like, all right, well, I guess we're taking a break.
I guess we're chilling. Yeah, we're chilling. Yeah. And suddenly, nope, full force.
Yeah.
Everyone, go in right now. No, that was. I did not think.
What a way to open the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Where do we go from here?
We didn't think that a huge hypey play like that would come from one of the newer teams, especially on a new line of faces. But that's how you make a name for yourself in the first place, and that's how you get eyes to continuously look on to you. So Suzaku now 1 up against 16-bit Genesis. We already know that we've talked about 16-bit Genesis. They have draft answers to look at. Set, are they going to take it off the table, or are they going to try and match something with the heavy wombo style that they pulled out in game 1?
Set has a voice line in the game where he says, "You swing on the boss, you better not miss." And I know that's a reference to something else, but it's very true for Set. If you let him through the draft, you better have something ready to counteract this champion, because he is so powerful in his current state. He's just been released. A lot of people are starting to figure out what he does, what his strengths are. There's a lot of them. But the big thing that comes to mind is if you build him with the Deadman's Plate and you go for the Rocket Belt, the Proto Belt, he just has so many different options in those team fights where, yes, it was a really impressive angle to find, but that's just what Set's capable of doing if you allow him through this draft and if you allow him to set up for plays like this. So this is definitely a very exciting champion, but it might just be too powerful to let through.
We warned about it at the beginning, but thankfully this is a best of 3, so they have time to learn. If they wanted to limit test the option of like, okay, this is how we keep Set down, right? And Set wasn't bullying Dawn in the side lane. It wasn't a problem where like, oh god, like Set is splitting like a monster and he's causing major damage to our structures. We have to constantly send multiple people. They sent a 3-man goon squad, shut him down for a bit and slowed his momentum. But that doesn't stop him from making plays like that. And that's why, like, one of the things I was curious about going into this season for Set, depending on what his numbers were like. I mean, he's right now, we can clearly see that his strongest lane is Baron, but I mean, he has the capabilities of being played in the jungle, being played mid, being played support as well. I mean, like, support seems like a great option for him depending on some compositions, because all you want on set is really health and movement speed, so you can get in there and start dunking.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, it's a bit against what you would expect of the matchup, but Set does genuinely really like playing into Thresh as a support. Even though Thresh has the range advantage over him and he can crowd control him, Set, when he does get into the range after being hooked and flayed, he will still be able to crowd control you with the Facebreaker, and he can ignore all that damage that you just dumped into him with the Haymaker as well. So he does actually really like that matchup as well. He also likes being banned on this patch, and I like it as well. So well done for 16-bit to remove that champion. Honestly, I would have liked if they waited a little bit longer, because, like we've said before, banning him on red is definitely something that is usually going to be required due to the nature of being able to first pick on blue, but 16-bit definitely respecting fan of Rinmi's last game.
Yeah, and depending on how far 16-bit Genesis go in this first circuit or just throughout the season, this is something to keep note. If they're banning Set on blue side, then they're either saying we can't play it or we don't want to play it. And there's other picks that we want to prioritize, because, like you said, revealing that super early instead of forcing Suzaku to ban on red side, then maybe tells us that Suzaku already know that they're not well versed on it. Galio also eating a ban. So I'm curious then, what is 16-bit trying to prioritize here? Last time we saw it was Jace, and then I want to say Thresh were the two picks that they swept up in the first round.
Yeah, that's definitely what they looked at as being really powerful. They did ban the Morgana as a precursor to that, which is why I was excited about the Thresh. So maybe that's something that they feel like is first pickable. Maybe they go for that Morgana instead. I definitely do like the power of that champion. It's really solid at support. We've also seen around the world people are having a lot of success playing this champion as a carry in the duo lane as well. It's so safe to farm up on, and you do just get a lot of time to do that as well with the pool. It's very, very comfortable for the Morgana, alongside just having that extra utility. It's very similar to something like an Orianna, just a little bit less teamfight focused.
They actually buffed Morgana as well to do slightly better in the jungle. I don't think she's worth it, though.
It's really good if you don't get killed.
It's really good if you don't get invaded on by like a Lee Sin or a Xin Zhao. But, you know, she can scale decently through the jungle role, but more than likely it's a support pick. Now, the option here for 16-bit, something that did make it through the ban phase this time around, is the Camille.
True. The Camille being selected, it is a champion that we're expecting more so in the Baron lane, which sort of goes against what we saw last year, where it was definitely just a jungle pick. I think people have sort of moved over to liking her in Baron a little bit more. It's definitely possible in the jungle, but with the hookshot interaction being removed a few months ago, it is definitely weaker. Jarvan and Jace on the same team. Both of these are really strong in the Baron lane, so that's also something that will be able to be flexed around, depending on what Suzaku's comfortable with. But most importantly, they have the Jarvan, so they still have the initiation tools that we really appreciated last game.
You know, the crazy thing is that despite hookshot not giving you the bonus attack speed on jungle monsters, there are still people who are playing Camille jungle and they still carry.
I know.
Which is ridiculous. But we're definitely not seeing Camille jungle unless 16-bit pull like a Molly and throw out Lee Sin mid. But more than likely, this should be Lee Sin in the jungle, Camille in the Baron lane, Morgana support role. And now Suzaku, they have this Diana. Technically, we saw a couple of the Chinese teams, I think it was Thunder Talk, that played Diana in the Baron lane, but that was just because their Baron laner had swapped with their mid laner, because the Baron lane's like, all right, I'm playing mid now, you're going top. Yeah. I was like, bro, I don't play Baron champs. You can play a Diana. All right, cool. I'm cool with that.
That was awesome. I love that team element to them because, like, I mean, when you have Z on your team, you just give him whatever he wants. That's just the rule. Yeah, like you said, I'm respecting Diana mid lane. I think the most interesting thing about what Suzaku's bringing to the table right now is, are they going to put Jace jungle? Because that is definitely something that he is capable of doing, and Jarvan is a very potent Baron laner as well. I personally really like the Jace matchup into Camille. You have very favorable interactions when she goes for the tactical sweep. If you are fast enough, of course, you can switch over to your hammer form and jump in with To the Skies while she is going for the tactical sweep, and it won't hit you with the healing portion of it. You are able to deal a lot of extra damage. So if that's something that Rinmi is capable of doing, that will be an interesting element to this matchup when we watch that one.
Multiple marksman bans coming out from Suzaku. No Akshan, no Corki, which does leave things like Caitlyn still available. And I was about to say, I was curious if Caitlyn, I don't remember if she received a lot of nerfs during the off-season, because during the community tournaments that we saw throughout, Caitlyn was an incredibly oppressive marksman for the most part. But it seems like the priority has dropped off. So I might have missed...
She lost a lot of AD.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll do it.
Yeah. I think it was 6 base AD, which is a lot.
Oh!
Yeah. So, the numbers get a little bit intense right there. But Caitlyn
garbage, man.
Definitely deserved that.
Wow.
Leona is really interesting. Xayah even more so. Wow. So we have some really cool extra
Morgana
flavor here on
mid.
16-bit. It does look like it will be Morgana mid. And with the addition of Leona to this team, they've got a bit of a desync, truthfully speaking. They've got Lee Sin and Camille and Leona now that all want to push forward. Xayah and Morgana will likely be left to the wayside unless they will be playing more on the disengage. But Leona doesn't really say that to me. So these team fights are going to have to be played very cerebrally for 16-bit in this one, which, if we know anything about Suzaku, will be a tricky task.
I'm curious if the composition idea is that, you know what, everyone just go in, dogpile, and Xin, good luck. Right? Like,
yeah.
you're playing Xayah, there's not like, I guess they didn't want to play Kai'Sa, or if Kai'Sa's not as great these days anymore, numbers-wise, because Kai'Sa could have been a great champion to follow up on multiple engages, but Xayah will provide some self-disengage and peel thanks to Featherstorm, and then if you need more on top of it, major pain on the Morgana. Black Shield will be either used as a defensive tool or an offensive tool, because you can now facilitate things like Dawn and EU Import going in and successfully looking for an engage without getting interrupted by CC.
Always nice to have the Black Shield on your engagers. Can't really get disengaged nearly as easily when you go for this, so I've been really enjoying having the extra utility of Morgana on my squads. Often I'm the one playing her in the games, as, you know, I'm a support main myself. I've been having a nice time playing that champion. It's been really fun. Have you been in my games when I'm playing that champion yet?
With Morgana?
I've been playing it more recently.
Not yet. No, I haven't.
It's a fun time.
Yeah. I think the most I've experienced was your Jarvan support when you were on that train.
Jarvan support is my dark tech. I'm still waiting for people to pick up on that one. I think it's quite strong. But we got some new toys to play with. The Dr. Mundo, the Garen still around. You don't want to overload the support pool, I suppose.
I mean, I'm still waiting for someone to, when set gets through, just play it support, because I think then you can still allow things for like Jace to be played in the Baron lane, which is a super strong carry, whereas you know, set will be good no matter where he goes and no matter how many resources you give him.
You always want to give those champions a lot of resources, though, is the problem. Because when it's the best champion in the game, why not give it, like, all the gold in the world? You're definitely right that it's really good support, too, but It also is just really good at everything, so that's sort of the problem with Set. So we're getting some early jungle and support action as well from Just Mobile Gamer, trying to make sure that they have some priority on this Scuttle Crab, not wanting to fall behind like what happened in Game 1. And it's pretty unlikely that would have happened because EU Import LFT is playing the Lee Sin, much more early game focused than that of the Jax of last game, but it's nice to see the movements come out all the same.
We haven't really talked about, what are some major spikes and times where both compositions are really strong, right? Obviously Dawn is going to be great the later the game goes on. More resources into Camille, the more potent of a split pusher she will be. But whoa, wait a minute! How did that happen?
Right. Well, I'll tell you how that happened, Rafa. Leona's early game is very strong. You have so much extra burst damage with all of the crowd control, as shown here yet again. With the Ignite, it does appear that Ta was just taken completely by surprise. And this is the weakness of playing something like Anami in the early game. If you do get engaged on or hooked by something like a Blitzcrank or a Thresh, you are a sitting duck or other aquatic animal.
Fish, crab, no one is safe from the grasp of J-Moji. Ah, damn. I'm really trying to figure out how to...
We're sticking with it.
Well, I really like Mobile G, because that makes him feel like he's got swag, and he's walking the streets. And he might try to interrupt Ice here, but it's just a Leona by himself. Are they going to push this lane and go for a dive? This is a level 6 Diana. I don't know if you...
Yeah, you're
you want to do that.
I like this. They went for the exact same lane swap again, Rafa. They went for the duo lane straight to mid to gain priority when the Drake is about to spawn. They have their mid laner farming and catching the waves while they do this. I think this is, again, a very smart adaptation to this meta. I wonder... Oh, hold on.
Oh, two-man stun from the Solar Flare. J-Moji is onto the backline, and the rest of Suzaku have to flee.
All right. Well, they force out the flash of Yawn. No ultimates quite yet, though, for Suzaku, and that is a pretty big deal when it comes to which objective Suzaku wants to go for. We're seeing an engage in the top river.
Dawn and Rinmi battling it out to the death. Dawn has Hextech Ultimatum available, and Rinmi knows that there are potential reinforcements coming in, does not want to be locked down by that ultimate from Dawn. A flash advantage for the Baron laner now. We're back towards the Dragon side.
Dawn still has ultimate, crucially, and does have inside track on this team fight. J-Moji engaging onto Yawn, and the kick secures it as well. Ice can knock it over. The wall is not quite in range. Now fan of Rinmi in the middle of everybody. Ice can't quite get it because of the unstoppable nature of Dawn's ultimate. Will get taken out in a trade of 1 for 2. Now flash. Pain, Major, flashing in alongside Xin. Double kill for Xayah. Can't survive the Jace burst, and it's a bloodbath.
Oh god, and EU Import was trying to solo up the Dragon, but he's way too low to finish it up. Tidal Wave, not going to clips out anyone, gets more damage onto the Dragon. And EU Import, he's going to try to fish for it, but they are routing him off. They know he's coming. They're stopping the damage. Oh, the Ignite is going to take him down, surely. Well played from Ta, making sure that there's no smite challenge available from for Suzaku. Oh no, Dawn. Oh no. The play is over, buddy. It's a little too late.
No flash, no ultimate for Dawn anymore. The hook shot was a one-way trip. He knew that, but he did not know that the Drake was already dead. Unfortunately for Dawn, his trip was all for naught. Oh boy, another engage on Nami.
They want Sushi to go here for Xin. Solar Flare, a lot of CC locking down Ta once again. The rest of Suzaku don't have ultimates available, but just as I say that, shockwave from Yawn clips out Xin. The rest of the members of 16-Bit on the run. Renmi putting in a lot of damage through Shock Blast and the range advantage. This might be enough for Suzaku now to get both objectives. Meanwhile, another 1v1. Dawn and Ice.
No way!
Ice will live! Thanks to Triumph, I think he's taking now.
That's insane! Ice surviving a 1v1 against Camille. I don't know how he managed to do that, but Suzaku, as a result, win across the Rift. So many picks back to back to back alongside this Rift Herald now. Will they instantly drop it up in this Baron lane? They've already taken the Dragon lane turret. Yes, they will. No response available quite yet. Look at the rotation from Ice. He's mid, ready to catch the wave. This is so smart.
He's just preventing 16-bit from getting any macro advantages, but the rest of the members of 16-bit know that, Stasis will buy a lot of time, but Moonfall's not available. Surely he will go down. Dawn might be traded. Ooh. It's close, but now
it's a security measure here.
They're coming, Smacks. Run.
Right. They got the 1 kill onto Ice, and they made it out for free as well. I was really concerned that 16-bit weren't going to be able to keep up with the tempo of the map movements of Suzaku, but they did actually manage to get something out of the trade. Still down in structures and down quite tremendously in gold. They're missing out on a couple of those turrets on the outer rims of the rift. They're going to need to fight tooth and nail to keep their mid lane turret alive after this as well, because once all 3 of those outer turrets are gone, so are your jungle camps.
An all-access pass for Taka, or pretty much anyone that wants to farm on up, because Taka's not necessarily on a champion that power farms or necessarily needs a lot of resources. Oh, he'll take it though. Jarvan, already Black Cleaver, an offensive first purchase. Should more than likely now just needs to invest into tank options and being that front line and always reliably getting cataclysms down onto multiple members of 16-bit.
And this is just me taking notes for my future games. It does look like Edge of Night Rush on Jace is still good even after the nerf. So I'm just going to make a note of that.
Huge.
And good, that's written down. All right. Gotta make sure to get those little improvements in on my gameplay as well. I'm trying to climb just like these players.
Yeah.
Although they are a lot better than I am.
Oh man, I was so close to Diamond yesterday, Smacks. And then...
Oh yeah? We gotta get on the grind again.
Yeah,
I think I'm sitting in Emerald 4 right now, so we gotta get up there.
Yeah, I got promoted to Emerald 1, and then instantly demoted back to Emerald 2. Just 2 back-to-back games. One person left, AFK, because they were mad that Set got banned, and then the other just... Yeah, but it's okay.
Tragedy.
Enough of my tragedy and woes. Suzaku and 16-bit. Currently, remember, Suzaku are up 1-0 in this best of 3. If they win out this next game, they instantly go and move on in the bracket standings, claiming an overall 1-0 record in their group of C. Or 16-bit, if they're able to win this game, they can bring us to a third and a closer of that series. The Mountain Dragon has spawned, and right now, Suzaku, they're all here for it, and the rest of 16-bit are going to try to find an advantage by taking some turrets on the top side of the map.
Yeah, fully taking advantage and control of this bottom side pit. And they've fully scared off the likes of 16-bit. I mean, we saw just how deadly those team fights of Suzaku have been in the last game, and in this one already, too. So this is a wise move. They will get something out of the trade. Do they win out on the fight, though? The members aren't here.
4-on-2 right now. Ice is making the reinforcements right now. Moonfall will hit all 4 members of 16-bit, and somehow Suzaku have only dropped out 1, and the rest of the reinforcements have made their trip. Ice comes out huge with a triple, looking for the quadra. Xin flashing away, getting a nice blade caller to root out multiple members. Accelerated shock blast, forcing out the Venostorm, but cannot dodge out on the Lunar Crescent. Suzaku with an ace.
Ice is just dancing in and out of these fights, just like an ice skater at the Winter Olympics going on right now. Ice, how is he making this champion look so smooth and crispy? This is ridiculous. Triple kill in that one. Rampage by the end. Unofficial quadra on the Diana, setting up so well for the rest of the squad. And again, I'm loving the map movements from Suzaku. They acknowledged that 16-bit were not going to contest them on the Drake. They left Taka in the pit, but everybody else made the rotation up to the Baron side of the map, ready and willing to go for that team fight, and it's the reason that they were able to set that one up with so much success.
Suzaku insanely ahead. 6,000 gold at 11 minutes. Next Dragon coming up in about a couple. I want to go back to... You know, we're praising Ice on this Diana. He's doing great right now. But you saying that we haven't seen a Diana this smooth, is that a distant start?
I didn't say that we haven't seen it. I'm just surprised that we're getting this crazy with it on the first day, Rafa. We're already completely in on making sure that all of the gameplay is top notch, and I'm fully here for it.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, Josh, if you're watching from another stream, I want to see what your thoughts are on Ice's Diana. See if it matches your expectations for this champion.
Yeah, Rafa just flexing that he knows Starting's first name. They're cool like that. Close friends.
We played ranked together.
Players.
Played on
Oh, wow, we're flexing even more.
Yeah.
Take a protein shake before this? Don't want to hurt yourself.
Oh, okay.
My word.
You got
your stretches in.
Listen, I didn't get diamond like you did last year, so I gotta get the wins where I
You
can.
gotta find other avenues.
Yeah.
Oh.
The stun doesn't land, and Yoon's like, okay, see ya. You get my flash.
You now heavily considering building a Banshee's Veil, I'm sure. Oh yeah, definitely moving toward that. Look at that. There it is.
Yep.
Like, ooh, I don't want to play against that Leona anymore. Good
Need
call.
that spell shield ASAP. Pronto. Baron spawning in 20 seconds, but I don't necessarily think Suzaku are a team that can burn it down reliably. They might be able to get a blanket of vision over that side of the pit and see if they can force 16-bit Genesis to face check, but more than likely, they're going to be waiting for this dragon to come up instead.
They didn't need the Baron to close out that last game, but I can't imagine the 16-bit are going to allow another 5-for-0 clean sweep ace to happen in their faces yet again. I feel like Suzaku going to have to work for it a bit harder in this one. They've revealed their hand. They've got the spell shields online now for Yoon, making sure to be as safe as possible on really one of the only 2.5 ranged champions that they have on this squad. You can kind of count Jace, but like, I don't know. He comes and goes.
Comes and goes. There he goes. There he goes again. Dragon to spawn. Here we go, Smacks. Once again, Suzaku have optimal positioning around this dragon pit. 16-bit Genesis have nothing they want to do with it, but are they just trying to make a Hail Mary for the Baron instead?
The Shadows boot augment putting in so much work for Ta right there, spotting out multiple members camping in the brush. Crazy movement of that one and usage of the utility. They already know that's the only possible way they could lose out on an exchange is if they get caught out. And look, even more vision into this brush. Yoon finds out one. They don't see Dawn quite yet.
Oh, so they think that they're fine from the Leona flank, but that was underwhelming, unfortunately.
Rather ineffective right there. The spell shields are very, very strong against this team, as it turns out. Banshee's Veil and Edge of Night, both versions of it. Whether you need AP or AD, it's here for you. This has been a Spell Shield Salesman talk, sponsored by Smacks.
I mean, the fact that both Edge of Night and Banshee's Veil gave a considerable amount of offensive stats combined with their defensive stats and passive, it's totally worth it for most of these carries, especially when you have these diving threats on both sides. Dawn might be looking for an assassination attempt.
Oh.
2-on-1. Edge of Night still not popped quite yet, and Rinmi immediately, respecting the all-in attempt, flashes away.
Even with the spell shield, he acknowledges that there's still just so much crowd control with Camille and Leona combined, and he didn't quite know if there were more gamers waiting in the wings as well. There's a nice flank ward by the red buff pit, but that doesn't really show you the entirety of the river. That is a summoner spell used by a fan of Rinmi. That's something that 16-bit have at their disposal to look out for in the future. But as of this moment, they are still at a heavy deficit. This is sort of what I was saying before about Suzaku. They keep the pace really heavily from the beginning and in the first about 7 or 8 minutes, but they are definitely stalling out just a tad. I think it's more acceptable in this game because they are not really heavily outscaled. They do still have a lot of ranged champions, and their team fight is phenomenal. And they're definitely playing to mitigate all of the errors in this game. But they're dragging this one out just a tad. I think that's definitely fair to say.
I mean, if you have the gold lead, and like you said before, they don't get heavily outscaled, then there's no need to make an unnecessary mistake when you already have such a huge lead. You wait for pretty much the game ender in this Ocean Soul to be spawning. And then Suzaku have such great ways of starting off a team fight anyway. Cataclysm, Moonfall, Tidal Wave, Shockwave. You catch out at least their 2 primary carries, and then the rest of the fight should go your way. But if you're 16-bit Genesis, if you find a way to pick off one of the members and stragglers before that happens, but Ice just does too much damage and now realizes, oh, I'm going to pick off the weakling here in Major Pain. Kick comes out from EU Import. GA will be popped. The rest of the members from Suzaku are here to help and aid in the cause. There's nowhere else for you to run, 16-bit Genesis. GA doesn't matter. 3 members gone, and this will open up the floor and the map for Suzaku.
Well, Rafa, you were right. Suzaku just had to wait for their opponents to make a mistake, and it was a game-losing one at that. This Baron now full up for grabs. No smite on the other team. Dawn and Major Pain are forced to make sure they don't lose an inhibitor while this Baron is even going on. The Suzaku aren't dropping a single step in this game. Look at this. Baron is up. Those minions are just going to do the dirty work for Fan of Rinme. That inhibitor's dead.
Bro. At this point, 14,000 gold ahead. And we're not going to sugarcoat it. Unless Suzaku just, for some reason, run up to the fountain and then give their lives away and give shutdown golds over to their carries of 16-bit Genesis. It's kind of a wrap.
Yep.
Enchilada style, baby.
It's a good look for Suzaku, a team that we really did not know anything about coming into this one. Now setting up for their 4th Drake in a row, this time the Elder variety. They've got this Baron still, but they are wanting the full knockout punch, the grand slam, if you will, of Drakes.
Now, if EU Import steals this, maybe there's a chance. It's 5k HP.
Oh,
Rinme doing a great job of just
Dawn's
flanking
just
and
dead.
keep. Oh my god, Rinme is just manhandling the rest of the members tidal way through that beautiful choke point. Moonfall follows up, and Suzaku will just rain down terror onto the members of 16-bit Genesis, turning their game off, turning their health bars off, and this is going to be a 2-0 sweep for Suzaku.
Not quite the grand slam on the Drakes, but they don't need it. The team fights are so clean, and they are doing everything they possibly can to avoid risking themselves losing anything in this one. I called it a little bit slower paced than what I was used to for a Suzaku, but I think that call was, in the end, completely correct, Rafa. The risk mitigation was the correct call for Suzaku, alongside just having such a stellar performance in the mid game and early as well. This team is the real deal.
And this was with 2 subs as well.
Yeah.
I mean, like we said, we don't know how much practice time the subs have been getting in, splitting with the starters, but I'm definitely now very curious to learning more about these players and this team, because with all the SEKs on their lineups, they're dedicated to the squad. Although, Taka, you gotta change the SRT, bro. What's that? Where's the team synergy on the IGN, man?
He's a GameCube fan, right? Isn't that what that is?
SRT?
Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Isn't that what you need to play like a GameCube? CRT. Oh.
Yeah, CRT is the small television that was optimal for Melee back
well,
in the day.
I got it wrong then.
Yeah.
You're not a GameCube fan after all. I mean, maybe he is.
It's okay.
Nah,
it's
I agree.
okay.
Need more synergy.
Come on, I thought you grew up with Melee, bro. Come on, man.
I did, but I played it on the Wii actually. You could put the anyway. We'll talk about that another time.
Okay. Anyway. For this conclusion of the series, I'm really, really impressed by Ice. I think this 2 very different styles of gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
One, Galio being more of a facilitator. Yes, you can do a decent amount of damage when you're ahead, but you are not the primary carry. You are mainly looking for plays and following up and giving resources to others, right? And setting up players like Taka and Rinme for success. But then this time around on the Diana, whoo! He was dashing in and out, Luna rushing. Oh my god. I mean, these, granted, Diana and Galio are some of the best mid laners that you can pick in the meta right now, but, you're looking this good already, and now, I have to say, eyes are definitely on this team, and things need to be respected for Group C.
Incredibly clean team fights all around. Fully agree with you that Ice is the standout here. It takes a lot to be such an expert on a facilitator like Galio and then a main carry assassin like champion on the Diana, as you mentioned. It's two very different things that you have to be acknowledging in a team fight, and two very different roles to be filling. It's one thing to be that knowledgeable in your own right, but to have the whole team filing in and playing their roles this well right off the bat in WNS really just tells me that even though we haven't seen these guys play before, they've been grinding it up. They've been getting ready for this tournament, and they are definitely here to stay. I think this team is already a big contender, and the other teams that we know and love from last year are gonna have to watch out. There's a lot of competition in this first year and this first day of WNS.
Yeah, Suzaku definitely on our teams to watch, but we've got some other teams to watch, of course, as we are now through the first round of the standings for the most part. Immortals already 1-0 in Group B respectively, and then of course we're still waiting out on the games from Group A because Tribe Gaming, since there's only 3 teams from Group A, Tribe Gaming being our number 1 seed into our first circuit, just going to take just the first 1-0 already. So only one match win needed from Tribe to advance on to the top 8. Whereas Group C and D, as we actually already have results from No More Ego, aka Enemy, winning out on their match against Gods of War, and Suzaku will be joining No More Ego in probably their next match. But of course now we have to look at our next streamed match. It's coming from Group D between Cloud9 and Sentinels, who both won their respective first round matches.
Yeah, spoilers, we are going over to Group D next. I think a lot of people are really excited and curious about the looks of those two teams that we're going to be watching next. Selfishly, I would really like to know what happens in the Suzaku and Enemy match as well, because that one also looks really, really solid. But it just goes to show there are so many good teams and good matchups that are going on in this tournament, and will be continuing over until tomorrow as well. That's right, you heard it here. There will be more gameplay playing tomorrow. So if you're excited and you're enjoying what's going on right now, we got the rest of today and tomorrow. It's a lot.
Definitely a lot of games to cover. When we come back from this break, it will be Cloud9 taking on Sentinels in our Group D streamed match. Stick around. See you soon. Gamers, I hope you got some snacks and some drinks because we are strapped in for another exciting series. It's going to be Cloud9 taking on Sentinels. They are both 1-0 in their relative Group D standings. Unfortunately, one of these teams will be taking the L. It's just how it goes when you've got two teams. Only one can be the outcome, the winner. But even if they lose the series, they'll still have one more series to play out against either Reaper or Tilt City Banditos to determine if they will move on to our top 8 bracket for tomorrow. But for Cloud9 and Sentinel Smacks, I think the big story is the new players that have slotted into this roster during the offseason.
Yeah, these are two teams that you'll have remembered from the last season and the last year of North American Wild Rift, Sentinels and Cloud9. Sentinels, of course, started out as 30K and then had this new org bring them up. But with that, we don't have Michael Udall anymore. Sad.
That's okay.
He had some wrist issues and is taking a break from competing. But as you were saying, Rafa, it is all right because Molly is here on the squad now, ready to smurf it.
Molly coming over from Chonk Chortle, and then of course, Molly before the Chonk Chortle roster had bounced around and subbed on some other teams throughout year 0 of the Wild Rift North American Summer Series from last year, as Molly has proven himself to be a standout player. But he has to go up against Meals and the rest of Cloud9, and of course there are two new players in Old School and Selma. Selma coming from No More Ego, aka Enemy, and Old School, formerly technically straight from Enemy, but then of course from the Tribe roster that went to Horizon Cup.
And if you're looking at that Baron laner and scratching your head, who is Daigon Zai? That is just a name change from Zillow. So it is still the same Baron laner on Cloud9. Got confirmation from their coach Nano about that one. Yeah, same guy. Same Tarzan, same Meals as well. You know him, you love him. And you're about to watch them take on Sentinels. To touch on the new players just a bit more, though, Rafa, I think it's really interesting that some of the top teams around have shaken things up just a little bit. They've had some community tournaments that have been played out, over the last couple of months. Specifically, Cloud9, though, has had a little bit less time than someone like Sentinels, who's been playing with Molly since around November, I want to say. Old School and Selma are relatively recent signings for Cloud9, and they have been performing pretty well together. They've been doing pretty solidly in these community tournaments, and like you said before, Old School just recently off of a run to Horizon Cup, the first international tournament. Tribe, the team that he was on, didn't do too well at that tournament. If you were watching there, it was sad for North America as a whole, but Old School did have some standout performances, and I'm expecting some big things for him now on Cloud9.
And the change of Old School playing with Selma, at first glance, when they were on Enemy together, a lot of people might think from the outside, wow, Old School and Selma are playing so well together. It is almost like they would have gotten a lot of practice in. Well, technically, Selma was Tribe's sub and came with them to Singapore when they played in Horizon Cup. So I can imagine that there are some times in between scrims or maybe duo queue sessions that if Old School wasn't playing or practicing with Max Green, he was playing with Selma, right? And clearly, when they made their debut, Old School coming over to Enemy and swapping out and Dienzio coming in for Tribe, Old School and Selma debuted a powerful and a statement of a lane performance in the community offseason. And then, of course, Cloud9 saw that and said, you know what? They're pretty good. We should snag them up. And so now, on this Cloud9 roster, they've definitely leveled up their game for the most part. But you look at Sentinels, and this is a team that you can't always count out, right? They definitely don't always get to share the top 4 rankings all the time, as in most majors. First major, they placed 4th, but then throughout the second major 2, major 3, they were sometimes top 6, sometimes they were top 8, and upset by a team like Chonk Chortle, right? But Sentinels are looking to change that as the season goes.
And I'm expecting another thing that will change from last series to this one is a bit of that draft as well, because we didn't really see a lot of the really mobile bruiser-style champions that were running amok at places like the Horizon Cup and around the world as well. Things like the Riven and the Aurelia and that sort of deal. That's MTS's wheelhouse. That's what he likes to play. The Fiora as well, I'm expecting from Zello. If we dive that deep into the champion pools, the Baron lane in specific, I'm expecting some big shakeups from what we just saw. Maybe a little bit less focused on the team fights and more on the individual laners themselves. That's something that we're going to have to find out, though. The Varus, we saw how powerful that was last game. That's not going anywhere.
And it's such a classic for old school in the Dragon lane, right? You can give a marksman this Varus champion and then not necessarily need to put a lot of resources and investment over there, and you can play towards the top side of the map, which is historically how Cloud9 have gotten a lot of their wins, playing through Tarzan, playing through Meals, playing through Zello, and really allowing them to snowball. Jace being banned. So a lot of poke champions from Sentinels. Definitely something that Cloud9 have played a lot in the past.
Speaking with one of our colleagues on the show, TJ, about the Dragon Lane role, he definitely had a lot of kind words for Varus and Ziggs as being the two premier late game carries that you can build an entire composition around. Things like all the tanks you can play in the support role, things like the Braum, the Alistar, the Leona, and other tanks of that variety, and things in the jungle as well, like Nunu, to really back up those champions. We won't get to see that for this first game anyway. Both of those have been removed. There are other champions that do fill that same role, things like the Vayne also, but that's already gone. And Rafa, I called it.
I'm at a loss for words. I mean, we've definitely seen Zello play Fiora in the past, but man, I didn't expect to see it so soon in the draft. Okay.
Another thing, like I mentioned in the last series, once Morgana's off the table, Thresh is definitely skyrockets in priority. So Cloud9 scooping that one up for Selma. Really like that pick. Selma was one of the first players to actually pull that one out and look really good on it in North America as well, just last year. So expecting that he has even more reps on that one, like maybe hundreds of games and solo queue on that. I know Selma's a grinder. Like you said, he went to Singapore just to be there with the team and sub for them if needed.
Sigma male grind set, baby. Gotta commit. This is a classic, though, for Tarzan. Olaf, as we were mentioning in the previous series before, a lot of the early builds from Olaf were mainly innovated by this guy. He brought out the Death Stance Rush for the Olaf, knowing that, hey, Olaf already has a lot of high base damage, high base attack speed, especially when he gets lower on his HP, and you can pull out Vicious Strikes. So you just need survivability so that he can continue doing his thing, and Death Stance is an item that really allows you to do that as we head into the second round of bans.
You mentioned the Caitlyn, this new champion on the block. We had talked about how it was a bit nerfed a little bit ago. 6 base AD is kind of a lot. She still does exist, and she does exactly what she did before, just to a lesser scale, which is heavy on the range, a lot of zone control as well with the Yordle Snap Traps, and those two things combined do give you very easy access to a lot of these objectives on the map, things like the Rift Herald and the Drake. Pairing that champion alongside this really ruthless combination of Camille Galio really does set you up for success when it comes to those objectives. I'm expecting the Sentinels will want to go for those definitely as soon as they hit level 5 for their ultimates, maybe even before that.
Cloud9 sniping out the Lee Sin away from Sheesh. Oh man, I've been waiting to say that on Wild Rift again. Oh man, I remember I was so hesitant and I was not buying into the name, but then he pulled out some crazy plays. I was like, I gotta do it for the homie, man. Cloud9 pulling out this Orianna. This could still go to old school. He's well versed in mage bots, and this allows Meals to get counterpick in the mid lane.
I would expect it to go to the Dragon lane, actually, because like you said, Meals does have a very interesting champion pool in the mid lane. He's well known for the Aurelion Soul, alongside some other champions. Akshan available. Oh, it's Akshan.
Web swing.
Look at that.
Going
Man,
rogue.
I'm definitely on one for these drafts right here. I've got the Cloud9 read ready. What I don't have ready is where these champions for Sentinels are going. We can
Camille
definitely
Jungle,
expect
baby.
This is Camille Jungle, yeah. But after that, actually no. Now that I realize it's Camille Jungle, it's pretty cut and dry. It's just Galio support, Garen.
Baron Garen,
Yeah.
Caitlyn with Galio in the duo lane, and then Corki, Whiskey Delta in the mid lane. You know,
those two accents don't really go together, I don't think.
you can't really get the Yugoslavian accent with Corki. Corki is, what is Corki, man? Is he Southern? What I associate Corky's accent with is like those old timer miners from the California Gold Rush days.
I think that's what his helmet's supposed to be too. I think they just did a good job portraying that for him, right?
So.
He's up against the new blood of the marksman variety. Corky, in League of Legends has been around for almost a decade, I feel like. Maybe more than a decade. Akshan, very recent to Runeterra. So that's going to be a pretty fun matchup.
Akshan also looking pretty dapper in his fit. I actually want to see if like someone will do a cosplay of Akshan, because I want to figure out if you can like sport that kind of outfit, because that would be sick.
You see his white tuxedo look on the Crystal Rose?
Yes!
PC too.
Dude!
I can't wait for that one to be in this game too. It looks so clean. I bought the Jarvan one instantly. He looks so nice in the white suit.
The Crystal Rose skin set was so good, man.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, wow, Wild Rift, massive W over the PC League of Legends version, because they're not going to get that. But we are into the game, and I like the draft from Sentinels as using the Camille, baiting out the Fiora, and then immediately being able to respond. Okay, well, now we can get a Garen counter pick here. Aggressive trading in the bot lane, though.
There's a lot of damage into rest. Typically, when you see those trades where one support has a lot of damage into them and the other, it's the AD carries taking the big brunt of that. It does favor the lane that has the lower support. Although right now it does feel like Sentinels are getting the better end of this trade as they keep their Caitlyn in lane thanks to the Honey Fruit. And it does look like Beginnings is already on the move elsewhere. He sees everyone in the river thanks to that early ward as well. This could be an engage.
Sheesh looking for something. Flash taunt from Beginnings, and the 4-man advantage sends Zello to the death realm.
Man, there's absolutely no way that he could have predicted that was coming either. A flashing Gallia with a taunt over the wall before 2 minutes? Who does that? I'll tell you. It's Beginnings, making sure to get their start off right in the WNS. Man, that's such a crazy play to go for.
Cloud9 looking for a counterattack, though. They have the opportunity. Numbers advantage briefly before Rest is able to rotate on over from the Dragon lane. Beginnings looking for the 2-man taunt. Flash immediately from Meals, but Old School is caught up. Flash is away now, but sub 100 HP. The rest of Sentinels have to disengage. The follow-up from Cloud9 is huge! And Meals with a double kill before he goes down.
Meals swinging around. That was so much movement.
Rest.
As Selma, one more auto attack. He can't get taken out because of the shielding. And now Rest! Oh no! He thought he was safe to walk back, but Tarzan with the ultimate strikes him down.
Tarzan was just, waiting in the bush like a puma and just sees his, oh, wait, this Caitlyn's a fool. I'm level 5. I got Ragnarok. And then, just swinging. If you're a sheriff walking around Piltover, and then suddenly you just see a Viking just, like, what do? I'm my pants personally, but, like,
Jace, the hex gates are open again. We traveled in time.
Jace from Arcane?
Yes, it is Jace from Arcane.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, sheesh! Coming in through in mid lane. Hextech Ultimatum was used as well. Locking down Meals, no flash available.
Can't web swing out of that one. With the heroic swing, there's no possible way to get out of the Hextech Ultimatum, and now that's 2 kills for Sheesh in this early game. moving very, very close toward that Trinity Force power spike. That's likely what he's recalling for right now. Oh, okay. I spoke too soon. He only hit the dagger. But he is coming back on the Rift, ready for whichever objective Sentinels want to go for. They may not have the super deadly ultimate combination with Hextech Ultimatum and Hero's Entrance, but they do still have one of those pieces, and they will likely be able to choose wherever they go, especially considering the package is available.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you heard that sound, it is the sound of pure terror. Molly coming in has probably one of the best tools in Wild Rift available. And if Rumble ever gets added to the game, he will still be power crept by this by this ability from Corki.
Oh man. How you gonna do that to Rumble? Dead before he arrives.
Oh, no, beginnings run! No, you can't! Flash comes out, and now Tarzan is pissed! Ragnarok being popped, the package is laid down, but it's still not going to deter them from taking out Rest. Shockwave answer from Old School finds another one. Molly's able to answer back onto Tarzan, but the rest of the members of Cloud9 surely have the numbers advantage. Should be able to find Molly once more. It's the comeuppance. Oh, comeuppance didn't do enough damage!
Oh
no! And Molly comes out with the triple!
Molly! How did he survive this as Meals? He was able to use his ultimate, but he didn't quite get enough damage. He didn't charge it long enough. He thought that only the 2 shots would do it, but no. Oh.
Smacks, hold up.
I'd rather not address it, Rafa.
No, we have to address it because I thought this was just a one-time thing that we saw in the Brazil finals. Is the Black Cleaver Corki actually good? Did I miss out on something during my hypersleep?
So, I know what the reasoning is now. And obviously the first thing is, you're shredding armor. Corki deals magic damage. And you'd be right to be concerned about that, as Beginnings gets caught out once more. The draw to this build is that it reduces the armor for the rest of your team. And you just, like, completely destroy all of their armor alongside the Gatling gun. And I think with that reasoning, considering that all the rest of the physical damage that Sentinels have, I'm not completely put off by this. It does concern me a little bit that you're not dealing enough magic damage, but I think it's fine.
Puts the responsibility on the rest of the Sentinels to put out physical damage. Kind of hard to do that when right now Tarzan is running amok throughout the Rift. First brick will be picked up here by Cloud9. Oh, but wait!
Sentinels got it!
Sentinels got it in the nick of time! Oh, that's huge.
That is really big. And MTS survives the onslaught as well. Meals does the same, but he does have to forfeit a lot of that positioning. So he's down in gold pretty drastically. He already was, considering the 3 kills that Molly's picked up alongside those assists. And not being shut down by the ultimate from before. I'm sure Meals is still kicking himself about that one, but we'll see what he's able to do for the rest of this game. We're still reeling from all the action that's been going on in this early game. A gigantic back and forth already. Let's take stock of what's actually been going on in terms of these leads. Tarzan, he's not going for that build that we saw last series, the Trinity Force. That's because he's not actually tasked with dealing all this damage. He is the one who's reducing the armor on the opposition this time. So he had a pretty solid lead, but doesn't necessarily need to be the carry of this team. That definitely lies on the marksman in Meals and Old School as this mage for this team. Old School, specifically, very strong at this point with the Ludens.
A lot of burst damage from Old School. Shockwave will be not 100 to 0ing people, but it's enough burst that the rest of the members of Cloud9 can easily clean up. They're maintaining position over this river, but there's a ward from the side of Sentinels, so it's going to spot them out anytime they cross over.
Meals was definitely in melee range of MTS for a brief moment right there. It did force the heroic swing out. I was concerned that he would need to flash as well, but luckily enough, Meals was able to escape. We're waiting around for the next Drake to spawn, next objective to be had. Ooh, I really like the shadows being popped here for Selamon, scouting out the area. They should know where he is, and they do now.
Hero's Entrance will come out defensively for MTS surviving. Oh,
wow.
This Rift Herald should be able to still make a charge, but it won't be able to find another one. MTS, meanwhile, taking a lot of damage from Cloud9's backline. He goes down, and package is available. Someone's got to deal with Zello, though, in this Baron lane.
This is such a good setup for Cloud9 right now. They don't necessarily need to fight for this Drake. It's not a must-have one either. It is just a Cloud, so they stick to their side lane strategy. They have really solid pick potential on Selma.
Oh,
wow, again!
Selma! I mean, he interrupts Sheesh on the initial hook shot, but it might not be enough to keep Old School alive. The setup is still great for Sentinels.
Oh, another
and they're
hook.
flashing over the wall, but another hook from Selma finds Sheesh, forcing the flash out. Rest is going to maintain distance thanks to the 90 caliber net. Come up and... Here he comes!
Not going to deal that much damage to a full health Galio, unfortunately. But maybe those pepper shots will be enough to let Cloud9 secure this one. No Corki package anymore. MTS off the respawn, but Old School can teleport in.
He will be here. 5 members strong now for Cloud9. Shockwave available. Ragnarok available for Tarzan, respectively. But no ultimate available for Beginnings or Sheesh. It'll be down up to MTS to see if he can get an execute with that Demacian Justice, but Cloud9, they have the numbers. Second Dragon of the game goes their way.
With Zello in the team fight, Sentinels acknowledge that there's really not any chance that they can win this one out. Molly also still chunked, wasn't able to take a reset earlier on. So that was a full Drake secure by Cloud9, who are still up in this game. They still have the extra turret they were able to grab because of the Rift Herald in the bottom lane. And now alongside this Drake, they're looking to go for another team fight.
Oh boy. Death Sentence does land, but... Comeuppance looking for it as well. Death Sentence lands once again, but Cloud9 are just trying to buy time as they are making their way through the siege in the mid lane turret.
Their goal with this is just to force Sentinels into an uncomfortable position that they don't feel confident enough to go for this Rift Herald anymore, and now Tarzan can come and scoop this one up for his own. No Corki package, no main way of engaging anymore. Far from the Camille Galio ultimate combination, but it is a little bit tricky to actually land that one. They're going for it anyway in the mid lane while Tarzan actually goes for the engage. There it is, on to Old School. There's no way he can survive this, except for he can flash out somehow. I don't know how he was able to do this. Selma now landing a death sentence. Zello in the middle of everybody. There's a stasis for Molly, but it's not enough. Meals swinging in past the turrets. Nobody's dead on Cloud9. What?
Holy crap! Cloud9 didn't drop a single member, a full-wide team ace, and this Rift Herald is still going. They're going to get a charge at least onto the inhibitor turret. I don't think they have enough time to finish the game because Tarzan is already committed to the Baron side, but this is a huge game breaker for Cloud9.
Wow. I genuinely have no idea how they survived that engage. Tarzan wasn't there. Zello wasn't there. But the engage threat from Sheesh and Beginnings just didn't quite have enough burst onto Old School. And like I said before, in the middle of that team fight, he had teleport by that point. He did not have the stasis quite yet. He swapped over now, but that wasn't an option for him. He just had to try desperately to survive. You can't use the Dark Passage to get out of the Hextech Ultimatum. He was forced to take the full brunt of that offense, but with the skin of his teeth and the shielding from Seraphs, he was able to tough it out.
It's huge gold lead now. 10,000 for Cloud9. Usually this is the moment where we talk about it's kind of a point of no return, but Sentinels still have this Baron. If Cloud9 flip and land cheese side down, as one of our lovely colleagues, Cubby, would say, there's an opportunity for Sentinels to take this objective and then just steamroll and march down these turrets, but it's going to take a lot of opportunity picks. They're going to look for it. Beautiful flank. No one can get out of that one. Old School trying to use the Dark Passage, but when you've got chunky boys and Sentinels standing on top of the lantern, and they're going to go for another one. Just repeat, pick after pick after pick. Hero's Entrance will follow up onto the engage from that Hextech Ultimatum, but Tarzan already finds one on the Sheesh, another one on the Beginnings, and things are just ending out in disasters. Cloud9 are just running them down. Tarzan won't go down, finds the triple. Tarzan and the rest of Cloud9 find 4.
And there's a revive as well. Old School's back onto the Rift, and Meals, he's running down Rest. The shot, the ultimate. I love the attempt from Rest, but there's just no way to out-damage the mid laner for Cloud9. That's game 1 off of some wicked fights.
Wicked. Absolutely immaculate. No shortage of words we can say for Cloud9's opener. And, you know, the funny thing was, it was kind of on the slow side for the first few minutes. We had a 1 pick from Beginnings on the side of Sentinels getting, I believe it was Zello. But then afterwards, as you indicated by the gold chart, it was just trading objectives, trading macro on other sides of the map, and then everything just broke out after the second dragon of the game.
The early game was just so deadly from both teams. I think it's a bit of a disservice to call it slow because there were just so many kills, but Cloud9 were certainly slow to actually gain a substantial lead. They did that through acknowledging where things landed after that really tumultuous early game, who actually had the advantage, and what they can do from there. They acknowledged really well, hey, Molly's going to have package. We do need to have some countermeasure to this. We probably don't want to team fight it at all. Zello, just go farm and take turrets up in the Baron lane while we wait and reassess. And I think that moment of deep breath and just gathering all of their thoughts together as a team for Cloud9 was the main difference maker, because you saw the Sentinels still a bit scrambled. They were still trying to figure out what the next play was going to be, where they could find another pick. You saw Beggs was still getting caught out in those brushes because he was feeling good. He's like, I'm getting these picks for my team. I'm finding these plays. Where is the next play? It didn't take a moment to think of what that play actually should look like. You're caught up in the motions.
Scrambled like a bunch of eggs, man. And for Cloud9, continuing this momentum into the second game of the series, they can easily close it out with this type of composition. And I'm curious if Sentinels are going to be relying on either a red side draft, or they're just going to go to blue side once again and then try to figure out an answer to the way that Cloud9 was able to just kind of rampage through them. Because I don't think there was necessarily a champion that Cloud9 had that was like, oh, that's a problem champion, we got to get rid of it. I think it was just the way that Cloud9 really punished them in the early game around some of those plays around Scuttle Crab in particular, the bottom side of the map, and as well as the first dragon.
I think if I had to pick one, it would probably be Old School's Orianna. I think that was a really big difference maker. But like you said, there's a very deep champion pool for all these players. I mean, we're looking at Tarzan right now. That Olaf performance was really strong. The positioning and wherewithal to go for a lot of these objectives was really smart. I particularly liked when he made that turn onto the Rift Herald after the rest of his team set him up for it, pushed them all out of the pit with just the threat of being hooked alone. I thought that was really smart, really nice coordination moment for Cloud9. And truth be told, it's something that we've been waiting to see from Cloud9 for a while now. Back in the Summoner series, it was one of their major downfalls, finding the next play in the mid game and in the late game. I think they've really come a long way since that time, and they've really elevated their gameplay, which is something that I hope we get to see for all of these teams, as it has been quite a long time off. But a lot of these teams are still holding a lot of the same members, like a 3/5, 4/5, sometimes even 5/5. The whole squad is still here.
Development and growth for all of these teams is probably the favorite thing for me and Smacks looking at as the season progresses. Of course, you know, the action, the gameplay, we're definitely get hyped up over, you know, all day, every day. But seeing players' growth arc, you know, start from all the way back for many of these players, summer 2021, late July, early August is when we were first introduced to many of these players. And just seeing them come this long way and developing as a team, growing as a team, shift with the times, shift with the meta changes as well. And to see them that they're making strides and becoming better, then gives me hope and, excitement to look for the rest of the growth of NA scene overall.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna be real, guys. The international performance, we were a bit sad by that one. No offense to Tribe, but the results definitely were hurt. We were hurting to see that. We are hoping that 2022 we either already had or are in our training arc for all these teams. We're getting there. We're gonna be the best of the best, and we're gonna win Worlds. Maybe.
Whoa, I was about to say that is definitely a long ways to go.
I've got high aspirations for you gamers out there, okay?
I have high aspirations as well. I don't know when that will be, but the thing about Horizon Cup and the international competition there, it was a good reality check, and it was just a good
that's true.
Benchmark of where everyone is. And sure, it wasn't great that we got pretty trounced over there, but I think it was humbling for not only Tribe, who were representing NA at the time, but for the rest of NA to watch and see, yeah, we have a lot of work to do. And I think the best way we move on with that is by being as encouraging and motivating, but also in the way to get each other better. We're always talking constructively, okay, I think this is how we can play this composition better. This is, we're not trying to keep secrets from each other. Obviously, this is a competition in the Wild Rift North American Summer Series and everyone wants to win, but we should also be pushing each other to be the best, kind of Goku mentality. I don't want to beat you because I have this secret OP advantage over you that you don't know about. I want you to be at your strongest so that I can prove I'm the best by beating you at your strongest.
A good mentality to have here, Rafa. And the first secret that I can very easily tell has been shared around these teams, especially after that first game that we got to watch today, is that Set is too broken. We've seen Set banned in all the other games. I would imagine that stays the same. Cloud9 again move over to the red side. I'm expecting a very similar ban strategy. The Set, the Ziggs, blanking on the last champion that they decided to ban, but I'm imagining that stays relatively similar as Cloud9.
Morgana.
I think that was it, yeah. But Cloud9, they're looking certainly more to come off of that game and make sure they don't get caught off by surprise in the early game, so they can get to that late game portion of their game that looked really solid.
Maybe Morgana was on the Sentinel side. I'll have to take a look back and see what the bans were. But so far, we're just in the vibe zone. We're the bop. Bop boys.
Yeah, we're wearing our matching tie-dye. If anyone else is wearing tie-dye today as well, and it's just like a coincidence, you got the memo, let us know. That'd be awesome.
They knew the
whole tie-dye crew for the first day of WNS. It's a good time. Speaking of things that look really cool, can we just talk about how nice this stream looks, by the way?
Yeah, dude.
So cool.
I was telling Wisdom and Riot earlier today as we were getting ready during tech rehearsal, but I was like, yo, the logo is clean. And if for anyone that, didn't realize at first, we still have a little piece and touch of the old Wild Rift North American Summer Series graphics with the lightning bolt in that star. So it's a little commemorative of year 0 from us. So far, in the ban and the pick phase, nothing has changed. But look at this time around. C9 actually wanting to snipe away the Galio instead of prioritizing the Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh was banned. So that is definitely part of it. But
true.
The Galio denying the combination of Camille Galio is really wise. Still a flex pick. Send that one mid or support. They won't get their hands on Olaf this time, though, as she's showing that he has that in his wheelhouse as well. Pulling that the Viking out. Whoa! All right. So we're getting into some spice. You know how I was mentioning in the first draft that without Ziggs and Varus on the board, the other champions, if you want to go for a playstyle like that, are other hyper carries like this Vayne. Seems like Cloud9 are going a little bit into that strategy. They've got the Fiora still, so more damage at their disposal, but I would expect Cloud9 to have a lot more beef to make sure this Vayne stays alive in these next few picks.
Yeah, because Vayne is a flashy champion and can be one that you're just like, oh my god, it's popping off, but you need to buy so much space, and it's a little daunting that you're picking a Vayne when you're already having a carry that kind of needs that in Fiora. But as long as Fiora's applying side pressure, then the last two picks for Cloud9 I think should be champions that really open up the terrain for this Vayne to really safely. Okay, never mind. You know what? Cloud9 are going with let's everyone have just mobile champions, and you can just do whatever you want. We'll win lane, we'll win game, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Getting to a point in this draft, after watching the first one as well, where we're seeing that Caitlyn is very heavily prioritized by Sentinels, and Cloud9 don't really see it as a problem. They could have banned it out, but they didn't choose to do that. They could have picked it for themselves, but no, they blind picked this Vayne instead. Sentinels scoop that one up. They say, thank you very much. We think this champion is very spiffy. And alongside it, they're going for the Nami. And just going for the full offense in this Dragon Lane duo. A lot of range, a lot of laning power. I really like this one a lot. And they already know that it is going to be a Galio in the support, unless we're doing some crazy flexes here. And I think that is a... Okay, I shouldn't have said anything, man. I should not have said a single thing. We now know that it's Fiora jungle, and Zella will be playing either Vayne or Akali.
I want to say...
Don't break your brain, Rafa. There's a Senna on the screen. We have no idea what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Senna just completely breaks all drafts.
Yeah. Okay. So this is. Vayne jungle. Vayne jungle.
Okay.
Bro, Tarzan really just said, "Yo, I'm about to style on you, sheesh."
Hold on.
You take the Olaf.
We don't know for certain that this is what's happening. I don't wanna get baited. Yeah.
I mean, I would assume the more likely thing is like a Vayne top lane, Vayne Baron for Zello and Fiora jungle, right? But we're getting word that it is for certain Vayne has smite. Tarzan is playing Vayne jungle. Oh my! I'm with you, Smax. Smax is checking out. I'm solo casting apparently. Ladies and gentlemen, where were you when Tarzan debuted Vayne jungle? I don't know if this is a real thing or if this is just like, yo, we got a 1-game lead on Sentinels and we bopped them, so you know, why not? Let's just limit test. Let's style on them a bit. I definitely want to hit up Nano and the rest of Cloud9 and see, like, is this like actually good, or if it's or if this is just like a flashy pick. I mean, I'm pretty much repeating myself with this because I'm just in shock.
Back. It's all right.
Welcome back, Smax.
Despite my best efforts to try to wake myself up from the stream, I'm still here. So this is either reality or I am in a very, very deep slumber, and you should call for help.
I can phone Cassidy and ask, like, hey, can you check on your partner real quick? Don't make them panic like that. All right, that's not a good idea.
Okay. We don't want to cause any distress. Just look at this.
Wow. So normally, a lot of the times during the first year 0 of Wild Rift, you would see junglers go red buff into Raptors and then come mid lane to push in that lane, leash some experience as well. But Tarzan throwing up from red to Krugs and then goes to the Baron lane to help Zello get a reset in. leeches some XP, now level 3, and Selma has rotated on up. Oh, if they catch them out with a ton. Oh!
Ooh.
I saw the vision, I saw the play, and now they're going to try to punish Tarzan all alone. He gets stunned up, has to flash away, but that is going to be first blood onto the Vayne jungle, and Sentinels have all reacted appropriately. The rest of Cloud9, Zello coming straight from base, trying to see if they can find a way to get a response, a counterattack engage going on, but they've lost another member in Meals, and Molly's just cleaning them up. Oh no! Sentinels just putting a dent in the entire game plan, and just like that, 5 kills have gone over to Sentinels.
I think at this point, it's been proven to us that our concern was warranted about Vayne jungle. At this time, we are taking notes on what Tarzan will be saying to his team about this one, whether or not he will ever get this champion ever again. I don't want to count it out this early, but, like, it's a 4K gold deficit right now. Molly just got 3 kills. That's a very, very early Rod of Ages.
Oh. That's actually huge that Meals dodged out on the Moonfall, but it might not be enough because
Molly
Molly just has so much damage, no summoner spells available. Molly dives him with such ease.
This is very, very concerning if you're a Cloud9 fan right now, Rafa. That is a very large Diana on Molly. Diana just seems to be popping off as a champion today, and this is definitely no different. Codex now coming out of the base. And look at this, it's very similar to what Suzaku was doing in the last game, where they send their duo lane into mid so that they don't lose any priority in this matchup, sending Molly down bot. It looks like both teams are actually on the same page when it comes to this, setting up for a potential engage onto one of these objectives. You have to imagine the Sentinels gets to pick whichever one they want.
But to be fair, though, Cloud9 were the first team to kind of bring out the duo mid lane strategy.
That's true.
Yeah, back in time, all the way towards. I don't think it was the very first qualifier, but I think it was one of the first majors. Back in August last year, and then we just started seeing it. It's like, whoa! And about the time, it was Jackie and Ethan.
That's true.
Oh no, Jackie and Charm.
Well, Charm. Yeah, you're right. Charm's name is Ethan. Yeah, you're right about that.
That's why I got concerned, because I think Selma's first name is also Ethan. So,
that's it.
Pretty sure.
Oh my! The wave.
Well, that's a huge tidal wave, and Sheesh is going to capitalize on top of it. Ragnarok canceling out the Shrouded Mist route. Huge stuff for Sentinels, picking up 1 off the back end, and it's another death onto Tarzan.
Nicely done there for Sentinels yet again. Another solid pick. And they use the Nami tidal wave just so well. Cloud9 sort of caught out without anywhere to go at that point, as Sheesh a little bit low. Not too concerning when you're Olaf, because that's sort of the sweet spot where you want to be. You get as much attack speed as possible, but if any members of Cloud9 were to find him out, it would have been less than ideal.
Molly is so scary right now. 2-level lead on the Meals just briefly. Cloud9 are first to the first dragon of the game, though. They might be able to secure this mountain away from the rest of Sentinels, but 3-man. Ragnarok not available for Sheesh this time around. Oh, no, actually, no. He has it once again. He's just running through the backline. He just deletes him. Doesn't even go down. Sentinels 10-0 to go. No deaths to be had. They finally find their first kill of the game from Cloud9, but a triple kill to rest is awarded.
All right, not bad, Meals. You're making sure that you don't get perfect gamed in this one. I like that one a lot, Ashish. Like I said before, he wants to be low on this Olaf, but too low and too close to enemies is never a good thing. We get to see Meals find at least 1 kill in this game. Still a very scary position to be in against Sentinels at this powerful. 2 items on Molly before 6 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's very early.
It's very... between him, Rest, and Sheesh, they all are very far ahead. Cloud9 going to try to punish Molly, but this is a very scary Diana. 2 items. As you already said before, I mean, how do you kill this Diana?
I don't think you're going to be able to do that for the rest of this game. Nami tidal wave sent into the river. You know, that's just a courtesy of the tidal wave, making sure the water stays with other water. Meanwhile, in Baron Lane.
Poor Zello. And he's just trying to defend this turret from falling. But everyone is so damn fed. Everyone does so much damage early on. Stat difference, just under 7 minutes. We're experiencing a 8,000, almost 9,000 gold lead for Sentinels. I don't know if I've ever seen an early game blown this wide open.
Yeah, this is a lot. Now, with that being said, I'm going to talk about Vayne jungle very briefly here. Vayne is a scaling champion, and if this game does not close out in the next 10 minutes, probably before that as well, Tarzan will eventually be scary. That is the Vayne guarantee. If the game goes long enough, she will do something. So that's something the Sentinels do need to keep in mind as they are forced to flash out of their own jungle yet again.
Flash from Old School, trying to defend this mid-tier turret to no avail. The map has been completely broken wide open. So much just stray damage casually from the side of Sentinels. Tidal Wave makes its way through the backline. Cloud9 now have to retreat. A lot of flashes were burned from the engage, but to their credit, Sentinels did burn a flash on Nashish as he was Viking a little too hard towards the end of that fight.
I'm getting another cool itemization note. I know I've been talking about items a little bit, but this one is really, really neat. MTS rushing Redemption on Camille is actually really cool. Talk about that in a second.
Okay, Molly, can he win the 1v2? Technically a 1v3, since Old School sent out the Dawning Shadow, getting a little bit extra damage. Survives. Zella's able to live, though, in the aftermath. And Sentinels taking control of this bottom truck.
Oh no, Old School.
No,
what a bubble.
Old School. Hero's entrance is not going to save him from death. Can they turn it around? No, Sheesh is too damn fed, and Vayne is not quite online yet. And especially with an exhaust coming through, is going to mitigate any damage output that Tarzan looked to have.
Oh man. There's nowhere to be safe from all of these members when you're Cloud9. There's nowhere to go. This is the effect of what I was mentioning before on the day as well, where if you don't have any turrets, you can't farm the jungle. And Tarzan, no. Exhibit A.
12,000 gold at 9 minutes, Max. That's, okay, well, Meals is going to do his best to not only pad the KDA, but make it so that Sentinels didn't completely blow out Cloud9. Yeah, they're getting some kills back.
Dello back to his post in the Dragon Lane. He's thinking about engaging. Won't actually do it, as Molly is pretty powerful at this point. 3k up on the potential 1v1 partner in Fiora. Not really what you want. Infernal Drake now spawned. Sentinels definitely going to have that one. As long as they commit some members to it, there's no way the Cloud9 can even come close to that objective. More damage for Sentinels. That's what they needed, right?
Now, Tarzan is setting up a little bit of a bait here. Sentinels might be thinking, oh, Tarzan is just demanding resources, right? But he has Wheels waiting in the wings as well. Old School and Selma are here. Now 4 members available. They can look to push down for this turret. They want to look for an engage, though. They need to get some kills back. MTS forced to flash away. Hook shot will give him enough distance to run away. Tarzan desperately trying to look for one kill. Just one. Just a crumb over towards the members of Cloud9. But the most that they can hope for is the turret. Meanwhile, do I see Sheesh just charging through the base? He killed Zello past behind the inhibitor turret. There's still another turret here.
No, that was pretty cool for Cloud9, you know. They trade a top lane turret for some damage on their Nexus. just a light Rift Herald charge into their own base. Meals. Oh, he's doing it again.
Okay, Meals. Hero's entrance will be here. They find one on the rest. And they find more. Molly does get shut down. I think that's the first death of the game for Molly. So that's a huge amount of gold. Unfortunately for Cloud9, it does go over to the support, which not necessarily one of their primary characters. Oh no, Sheesh. Please, just let him.
Oh, the smite.
Oh, man.
Oh. He can't even get out. Justice Punch. Ran into Sheesh after the wind-up. Selmo is just trying to live his life. Can't even manage that. Sentinels are just running around the Rift right now, Rafa. They had the early game advantage from the draft, from the get-go. They got way more than I'm sure they were expecting to get as well. And at this point, you're Cloud9, you're hoping for two things. One, that Tarzan can get to late game on Vayne and not be killed again on his blue buff. Or two, we go to game 3 really fast and try to start this over.
A lot of damage already. Ace in the hole, and Sheesh just running through once again. Unwavered. Unmatched by anyone from Cloud9. This is just... Okay, you know, Meals, respect. Meals is trying to do his best. But it's not going to be enough. It's still a 12,000 gold lead. But now Sentinels do have to make their way to slowly close out this game. There's a dragon that they can pick up in a couple minutes. Baron is coming up in 22. These outer turrets do need to go down, because unless they ace Cloud9, they can't just run it through mid lane and end the game quite yet.
We're learning a lot of valuable information here with this one, Rafa. One is that you should never ever play Vayne jungle, and if I see you try this in my ranked games that I play with you, I'm going to report you. That's directly to you,
man.
Rafa.
I guess. What? Okay, you said ranked games though, so I can play it in my normals.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hop into a different lobby if you don't mind. The other one is that Meals is really sick at Akali though. That's definitely a thing to note from this game. His mechanics are really good on that channel.
Oh god. Well, here comes the fight. MTS is already locked down. Old school with the Hextech ultimatum. Tidal Wave getting multiple knockups. Bubbles is there as well. Sheesh. Trying to fight Tarzan. Tarzan has the reinforcements and the advantages with the numbers, so he's kiting him back. He takes down Sheesh. Can he kite this one against Molly? But Molly on the Diana just runs them right on through. Quadra! Molly! He sees in the eyes of Selma. Go get him, man! Pick up your penta. Selma, come back here! The least you could do is give a pentakill for how hard Sentinels start. I'm just kidding. It's okay. You gotta earn pentakills in this household.
Quadra kill definitely earned for this performance. However, though, Rafa, Sentinels, wait! Maybe there's still time. There's still hope for the pentakill. Selma, Justice Punch onto him. He's still so tanky. The stasis! The Nexus died! 1 health away from the pentakill. Oh, but they do make it to game 3.
Because the Nexus was hurting him. Okay. Well, as you said, Smacks, we're going to a game 3 as Sentinels see the draft that Cloud9 show, and they go, man, if you're going to play that, then you better be ready for the early river skirmishes. And, you know, I don't want to completely knock this draft, because the theory behind Vayne into Olaf specifically, I can see. But your early level fighting is not that great, and you're very squishy, and outside of Flash, you don't have ways to traverse over walls, and so things like Diana, things like Camille can run you down even when you try to escape. And I think that's just the misplay around the river is what really just did Cloud9 in, and they tried so hard to salvage. It's like, oh god, our Vayne died, we gotta get some kills back, right? And just Sentinel straight up outplayed them.
It's hard to analyze Vayne jungle off of this game. We've never seen that before, and I don't know if we ever will. It's some good memes though. I'm down for that sort of thing. I mean, they're certainly not going to pull it out in this next game, because now they are on that match point at Cloud9. Of course, still in contention. This doesn't really take away from how strong they looked in game 1, and it also doesn't take away from the way that Sentinels were able to punish a silly, goofy jungle pick like this. Like, Sentinels, all credit to them, they did punish this really well. They had a really solid early game. Molly had a phenomenal game on this Diana as well. Those team fights were top-notch. So I think both teams now have shown some really solid depth to what we're seeing from them, and I'm all the more hype for this next Game 3 for it.
Cloud9 Sentinels definitely deserving to be at the top of the Group D standings. We're going to be throwing it to a quick break as we get ready for Game 3, but when we come back, it'll be the conclusion and to see who secures one of the spots going into top 8 tomorrow. All right, gamers, this is going to be the conclusion of Cloud9 and Sentinels as we go to Game 3. If you missed out on Game 2, don't worry about it. We're going to null and void and say, you know what? Sentinels deserve to win that game. That's all I'm going to say. We're moving on to Game 3, and now expecting Cloud9 and Sentinels to be at their full strength and moving into our final draft for this series. Things I'm looking for, I think Olaf priority makes a lot of sense. Tarzan looked great on it in Game 1. She's also looking great on it in Game 2 as well.
Yeah, that champion looks really good. I think over the course of today, it's got 100% win rate, right? It's won all 3 games that it's played out of the 4. So
yeah.
Not a bad look for Olaf. The Viking stonks are going up, and yeah, that's a good look for this champion. I think the jungle meta is the part of the game that I'm most interested in seeing change, because it doesn't really feel like the leading strategy that we saw at Horizon Cup is still in the game, at least in the same way. Because, of course, for Hueba and Dakun Gaming, they were playing to funnel every single thing into their jungler. He'd play Jax, he'd play these other carry champions every single time, and it looked really solid because there were so many resources at his disposal. Olaf's not like that at all. So either that playstyle still exists, but it's countered by this, or it's just fallen to the wayside for a lot of these players, because it did look really, really good in November.
Cloud9 now have to see what their response is after Game 2, as we're back into Bot Boys in the Vibe Zone. Shout out to Wisdom and Riot for this music, man. This is just... I just want catch-up.
Fans haven't changed yet?
Yeah.
In case you were wondering. If you're just listening, we're... nothing different's going on. We're just enjoying the music. You're tabbed onto another screen or something like that. Sentinels keeping the Thresh and Morgana bans alike, and Cloud9 going back to the same 3 of the Set, Ziggs, and Jace. Their score still off the table too. We're expecting a similar start as the last 2 games with the Camille and the Fiora openers. Both of these squads, Sentinels buying into that yet again, and Cloud9 doing the same.
Last time, because the Thresh was gone, Cloud9, Galio response as well. So Sentinels more than likely will open with Olaf, and then I think it was their Diana lock-in. So far, first 3 champions have been the same. I'm expecting something different from Cloud9 on this R3.
The Vayne game was just variance, guys. Don't worry, it'll work this time.
Why? Why?
Okay, we don't know that it's going jungle. We don't. we don't know for certain that this is a jungler.
My patience is being tested right now. I mean, like, I'm down for innovation, man. And you know what? I'm going to forgive and forget. I'm going to pretend that Game 2 did not exist, and this is the first time we're seeing Vayne.
Could still be in Dragon Lane, okay?
Yeah. It could be a Vayne and Senna.
Ooh, there's Twisted Fate AD here. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's Vayne jungle.
Okay.
It's Galio bot again. It's Vayne jungle.
Maybe it's Vayne top. It's Vayne top.
You know it isn't. You know what? If this is there it is. If this is what this has come to, if this is what Wild Rift is all about, then we're just gonna have to get used to it, man. This is
you know what? At least here's the thing, though. This does confirm that it wasn't a flex, or like this wasn't them trying to style, right? This is Cloud9 saying, no, we legit think that the Vayne jungle is a good pick, specifically into the Olaf match. And, you know, if it all boiled down to just that misplay around the river and things just falling apart, I mean, it happens, right? We've seen powerful drafts that were just completely negated by an awful early game. So now it's very important that the positioning and that early first fight doesn't end up catastrophically like it was for Cloud9 in game 2.
See how this one goes. We're definitely in a bit lower spirits after seeing what happened to this Vayne in the previous game, but that's all right. It's a new day, it's a new dawn, and we're getting more Vayne. I'm still don't really want you to play this in my ranked games, but
what if it pops off this game?
No, I'm not convinced quite yet.
What about PvP? Can I play it in a normals game?
Maybe. Well, if it pops off this game, then we can give it some tries. So
cool.
Tarzan is still going for the strategy where he's helping push in the Baron lane. First off.
And
we're getting some
allowing...
trades he's getting some more experience in helping push in that wave. They're gonna miss out on the crab again, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, Sentinels rotating their full force outside of rest to make sure that Tarzan doesn't get a chance to get this crab on the top side. And I imagine that Sentinels are not going to allow him to get the crab easily. But Old School and Selma early rotated so that this time around Tarzan can compete and secure this crab. Early level 1. This is what happened last time, but this time around, even despite the multi-man knockup, it is Cloud9 that find first blood successfully.
Man, this is giving me a lot of flashbacks of PC jungle where we're just flipping it for crab every single game. That got taken out of the game. Yeah, exactly, for Cloud9 too. Whoa!
Molly spots lethal, not even needing Moonfall, and knowing that Meals didn't have barrier. Oh, God.
Wow.
2v2 all in, but Rest just does not have enough damage. And this time around, Cloud9 are enjoying the fruits and benefits of having an advantageous early game.
Selma obliterated that trade right there as well. Beginnings engaging full force onto Old School, but there's so much sustain, there's so much kite potential for this champion. Oh, I love this setup. You get a condemn onto Rest's Twisted Fate. There's no way he can escape this.
I think Sentinels do have an idea, which is why they're waiting for multiple... Oh, no,
there it is!
Too early!
No!
Condemn it to taunt! Molly will be here for the Moonfall, but Rest will still fall, and Meals is coming in with a gigantic star to get the AoE stun. Molly just trying to find one kill. Gets Old School, but it's not going to be enough. Bites the dust against Tarzan's Vayne. MTS has joined the battle as well. A new challenger approaching from Sheesh, and Tarzan might have run out of gas here. But this time around, Sentinels answering back, but Cloud9 at least are even.
Just as many kills in the early game as last time, but just like you said, Rafa, it's split across the board this time around. Both teams getting pieces of the pie, and it was definitely a pizza pie, as that's what this Aurelion Soul Skin is all about. Whenever I see the big first ability come through, I just think, hey, a pizza party! But, we'll see. We'll see if you see what I'm talking about when he uses it again.
Two-man knockup. Nicely done from beginnings. Rest does not have flash. He's got to be careful when he's stepping up for gold cards like that. I'll keep my eyes open, though, Smacks. This is an
I'm sensing
Infernal
you
Dragon.
didn't get the joke, which is kind of heartbreaking for me, but you'll get it eventually, I promise.
Sometimes, Smacks, I'm a little dumb. It is known.
Rafa, don't do yourself like that, man.
It's okay. No. I admit it.
Hype,
I have my
no,
moments.
hype yourself up, bro. Like Beginnings is doing to his team right now.
Quickness, taunt,
Woo!
engage, and response from Selma. Oh, that's a beautiful 4-man moonfall, though. And Molly will look to be shutting down the Vayne jungle once again. Sentinels biting off multiple members of Cloud9. MTS falling up over the wall. Rest with the Destiny ports in behind. Hits him with the backstab, and Meals is the only one left standing from Cloud9.
Huge team fight for Sentinels, but can they actually take this Drake in time? Meals is a little bit of a pest right now, sending in the first ability. Can he steal this away? No, he can't. He's got the backup now.
Sentinels can't stay, though, because Tarzan and Old School have respawned, and they'll be able to pick up some stragglers here from Sentinel's side.
All right. Catching out Sheesh is not too shabby. Sentinels definitely getting the better end of that trade at the end of the day, however, and they might get even more. Oh, Meals, you stayed way too long.
All right. Well, we got a game this time.
We do.
It's actually looking competitive, even with the Vayne jungle.
Despite Vayne jungle's best efforts, we are having a competitive game 3. Is that what I'm getting from you?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you're not too far off with that.
Yeah. I mean, well, so in reality, I know we were being a little harsh with how disastrous Game 2 went, but, you know, when Sentinels don't drop a single member in that huge kerfunkel on the bottom river, it makes it really easy to just snowball the game out of your control. But this time around, Cloud9 actually found some kills back. Tarzan wasn't put disastrously behind. However, one thing that remains true for Sentinel's side is that Molly is giga-fed at 6 minutes in the game.
Yeah, very true. This Diana is again going to be super terrifying to deal with. The 2 items at 6 minutes, a little bit after 6 minutes this time, so not quite the same breakneck pace that we saw in the previous, but it is definitely still a very scary, and look at this Beginnings again.
Oh, but look at Meals coming in with a huge star. That's a 4-man stun from Aurelion Sol, but Moonfall answers, hits all 5. The question is, who's got more damage output? Molly's just dashing in and out and forth. Triple kill, quadra kill. Will this be the penta finally? Looking for it. Molly from Sentinels, the newest vendor, picks up the first pentakill of the Wild Rift season.
He deserves it right now, Rafa. That's Molly Uwu right there. Pentakill on Diana. He tried it in the last game, but only got the quad. This time around, he's there. He's ready to clean up the entire squad of Cloud9. And truthfully, we have no one to blame but him for this success. They could have picked any champion in that jungle, and it'd still be Molly pulling this off.
They're going for it again. Sentinels easily find a pick onto 1 in Old School. The stars will hit 3, but no one can follow up. MTS potentially having a Hextech ultimatum. Doesn't actually have it off cooldown, but Meals respecting the engaged opportunity. Oh.
Did you see it that time, Rafa? Meals bringing in the big pizza.
Oh! Okay. See, I didn't hear it clearly the first time, and so I was like, what about a pizza? And my mind was just somewhere else. You know,
Meals brought the pizza to the party.
Yeah, that's cute. I like it. You know,
that's why that's my favorite Aurelion Sol skin, because he's got the pizza party.
You know, that we really need Dimitri then on broadcast days like this when it's Meals Aurelion Sol on this skin, because Dimitri is our resident endorser of Pizza Friday. Today's Saturday, so you know.
I had pizza yesterday. Did you have pizza yesterday?
I did not. I had pizza on Thursday. I had
pizza Thursday.
Oh, okay. It wasn't intentional. Like I made lo mein, and then my brother brought some leftover pizza. I was like, okay, I'll have a slice. But no Pizza Friday.
Okay. Well, I'll forgive you this once, as long as you remember
next
week. Yeah.
I got you.
Notably in this game, Rest does have AD Twisted Fate. He's going for the attack speed build, so that's pretty cool.
Ooh.
We didn't talk about that one before, but he's got the Blade of the Ring King.
That's exciting.
He's throwing so many cards.
Oh, 1v1 between MTS and Zello. Oh, that's not an honorable 1v1. The Dawning Shadow from Old School, giving both a shield to Zello and some damage in MTS, forcing out both of their summoner spells, but a second dragon awarded to Sentinels.
You saw the tech right there with the Redemption, right? Layering that on top of the Hextech Ultimatum. I think that's a really smart item to be building really early on. just swings the health lead in your favor, and there's no way for your opposition to get out of it.
Oh boy. It's a lot of members on the Baron side of the map, and she's just coming on in. Righteous Glory is rampaging through the front line and the back line. Old School has nowhere else to go. He takes down Sheesh, but can he take down MTS? Wait, he's doing a pretty damn good at kiting it, but now Beginnings is here, picks up the last blow. Another pizza comes in a little too late for meals, just like Childish Gambino in that one Community gif.
What?
You know what I'm talking about?
I do, when everything's on fire? Oh no, and now he's in the fire too.
And now he's in the fire.
Oh, the pizza's all burnt now. Look what you've done. You left it in the oven too long. Now Sentinels have just as large of an advantage as they had in the last one. 10k up. They're ready to take this series and make their way to the bracket stage 2-0.
Oh boy. Well, it's a 10,000 gold lead for Sentinels, and while the experiment lasted slightly longer, oh god, this is, yeah, okay. Here's the thing. I appreciate that Cloud9 brought this draft out for us in, the first circuit, where they are 1-0 in the group standings, and so more than likely now, backs against the wall, they're going to have to win one more match in order to qualify towards the top 8 for tomorrow, but I have full confidence in them, assuming they don't do this, because it requires it, from a bird's eye view, there's a lot more execution, a lot more things that have to go right before it to work correctly.
Ooh!
But this is a great counter response potentially. Quickness and Grand Entrance only hits up on a 1, and now Cloud9 have the momentum here.
Oh!
Whoa, Molly, you gotta relax, bro! These Diana Moonfalls engages have just been exquisite! I cannot even fathom how good you are at this champion.
That was disgusting again for Molly. He has been so pivotal in Sentinel's success in this game and the last one on this Diana. These skills are unmatched, uncontested, and Sentinels make it undefeated through their group. 2-0 to the bracket tomorrow.
Loss of words for me, Smacks, but Sentinels, doesn't matter what draft you throw up against them, they are going to play just as hard and just as confidently either way. And they deserve to win this series. They will be automatically qualifying to the top 8 bracket tomorrow, whereas Cloud9, they're going to need to play out one more series in order to join them for tomorrow's matches.
Just like Cloud9, we do have one more series left on the stream as well. We will be checking out who that is going to be shortly. We have a lot of action still going on. All of these teams will have 4 teams already qualified because you have 2-0 teams in every group. We'll be seeing which match between the 1-1 teams is still left up on the board. We'll be diving into that action very shortly. But to talk about this action again, man, look at the damage numbers for Molly. This guy on Diana just really popping off on this team. New kid on the block for Sentinels, really putting in so much work. Not to mention Sheesh's Olaf as well, man. Oh, this pick looks so good.
Phenomenal stuff from Sentinels today. Very well deserved, and for them, they can relax. They can call it. They can call it at the office and say, "All right, guys, good stuff. We can go home and then get ready for top 8 tomorrow." Whereas Cloud9 still have one more series to go. And of course, for us, we'll be checking in with one other series over on, I think we're looking at Group B, potentially. We'll be getting word from production in just a couple of minutes. But for us here, Sentinels and Cloud9, I mean, like we said before, the draft from Cloud9 was experimental. It was interesting, and it had a better early start. But something that I'm seeing here, Smacks, between this series and then the series with Suzaku and 16-Bit Genesis, Diana is a pretty damn good champion, bro.
Yeah.
And if your mid laner is adept at it, I think it is ban worthy or first pick worthy, because there doesn't seem, at least from what we've seen in the series and the offseason so far, there's not many strong answers into it right now.
That alongside Olaf are undefeated on the day, which is really, it's a big sample size too, because I believe both of them have 4 games each. So that is definitely worth acknowledging moving forward. Like, yeah, you're banning a lot of Set, a lot of Ziggs, a lot of Morgana. Maybe these two join the ban list as well. In the meantime, though, we do have our next game. It will be Yawn versus Ace as our next teams that we will see on the block. A reminder, whoever wins that game will move on into the bracket stage tomorrow, and the loser will have to wait until the next qualifier comes around, I believe, next weekend. So that is something to watch out for. Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that we can favor Yawn, as these are the players that we've seen perform a lot. And they did have Immortals in their group. Presumably Immortals already qualified through their group. So yeah, that's something that we're going to be watching very soon. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, you bringing up Yawn versus Ace brings my attention to, we got to update all the fans at home with current scoreboards now for the standings, as Tribe Gaming have won their other game, so they are automatically qualifying to the top 8. Hold and Navanhua will be playing out one more series to see who will be joining the top 8 from Group A standings, but Immortals, they've qualified from Group B. And you already mentioned it before, Yawn and Ace, that will be the next series we'll be checking out to see who will be joining us in top 8 group brackets tomorrow. And as Yawn and Ace, we have seen and we are familiar with the team Yawn, but from my understanding, looking at that roster, there's some new faces they'll be checking in with. So we look at Group C and D. Sentinels, obviously off the back of that series, they are in top 8. Cloud9 will be playing against either the winner of Tilt City Banditos or Reapers to see who can move on with Sentinels. And then we haven't actually finished out the series between No More Ego and Suzaku. So
very interesting.
That means they've gone to a game 3. So
yeah, most likely.
That's exciting.
That is very exciting. Like I said, when we were watching Suzaku, those guys are the real deal. And we already know that Enemy is the real deal as well. They were a contender for the top spot all throughout 2021. We got some exciting matches left. I'm really pumped for this next one that we're going to get into, and to see who all is going to qualify for the matches tomorrow.
Hey, Yawn versus Ace, our final and next series for the day of this group stage. When we come back, it'll be the closing series, so make sure you stick around and support these new teams in Yawn and Ace. just like that funky bass, we're back to bring this one last series for our qualifiers today of this first qualifier of the first circuit of the Wild Rift North American Series, brought to you and presented by Riot of Wisdom. Smacks! We saw some crazy stuff in the last series, but we also got to witness our first pentakill of the season. So I'm definitely happy walking away from that. But for us, we're now looking at Yawn versus Ace.
And to touch on these teams just a little bit, let's look over at their rosters. Yawn, they've got a few players that we recognize from last year. Zenith God in specific did play quite a bit in the Baron lane in the last year of tournaments. And also Nine was previously on this roster as well. The rest of the squad has either name changed or are relatively new, so that'll be really exciting. We already saw some really new players take down some of the competition in Suzaku, who are currently still in their series against NME. Now on the other side, we have a lot of new players. For all you League of Legends PC professional fans, no, that is not the same, the Shy.
If only. that would be crazy, because not only they would be role swapping from Baron lane to Dragon lane, but also it's like, why are you playing in NA? Aren't you still in China or the LPL from the last I heard of the Shy back on IG? But yeah, I mean, if we've learned anything about new players and new teams today, that they can completely surprise us. And so this is kind of a wide door of expectations. But champions that we're definitely on the lookout for today. Set, obviously, if you're a red side, you got to ban it. You can't let the other team have it.
Yeah.
But then also the Olaf and the Diana, 100% win rate across the board so far.
In a lot of priority on both Morgana and Thresh alongside Ziggs Varus. So, with all that being said, Lulu first pick on the bans, I should say, first ban. A little bit surprising. We do know that these two teams are 1-1. I believe that means that they've played against each other already. If we could fact check that, that'd be really nice. But they are here trying to fight it out for that last bracket spot. Do you see the Set has been banned away?
Goodbye, Set. No more boss.
See you later. Probably not actually later, but see ya.
Do you think Set would, like, listen to The Boss by The Lonely Island? Like a boss?
Probably, yeah. I mean, that's like probably his theme song, you know?
Face breaker like a boss. Hey, maker like a boss.
I have done my fact checking, by the way. They have played against each other. Yawn got a 2-0 in their previous excursion earlier today.
Oh, against Ace?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So, then what happened was Immortals played against Jabaro, and then Yawn and Immortals probably played against each other. Yawn lost against Immortals, but Ace beat Jabaro, so Yawn having this series head-to-head over them, you know, that's could be a mental advantage. But we'll see if Ace have leveled up from their time in the prior series.
You certainly will see how that lays out. Definitely some exciting stuff, but like I was saying before, that does give us a little bit more insight onto why these champions in specific are being banned away. Notably, the Akali and the Lulu were probably big picks for the members of Ace in the last game, and this Lee Sin as well. Lee Sin, I think, is a little bit more of a generally very strong champion, but if Tony, or where is Tony, I should say, is a Lee Sin player like our friend Rafa here on the stream, then it's a good ban.
I love Lee Sin, man. Favorite champion in the game. And you have so much mobility, and you already talked about before, so flexible, right? But because it's not being played, Camille is the priority for Yawn. So we saw a lot of priority for Camille from Sentinels in the prior series. Darius, though, this is I think this is our first time looking at this champion for the competitive on terms of stream matches today. And Darius is one of those champions who can be so terrifying in a 5-on-5. You got a 5-man decimate and just heal up, and then of course your ability to engage fights with Proto Belt into or Rocket Belt into Apprehend. That's a spooky stuff.
You had it right the first time, by the way. It is Protobelt in this game.
Oh, okay.
As it will be played by none other than Fried Chicken. Love that name.
I just realized that's what he was saying. I never put that together. Oh.
Yeah, I was like, F, what are you doing, chick? But then I read it all like as one. I was like, oh, fried chicken. Anyway.
It's so cute.
I know. I
love
like it a
that.
lot. The Thresh Varus lane seems to be very powerful as a scoop up for Yawn. These two champions we've already seen take wins today, and they do just so much for your team at such a long distance away, and they have matching glowy eyes.
Wow, you're right. No pupils. That's kind of spooky
Or just
as well.
really big pupils, like dogs.
Oh, and then they just like overtake the iris of the eye.
Yeah, you know, like how dogs will like look to the side, and you can see like the whites of their eyes a little bit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You're the one who has a dog.
I know, and I was trying to think of like times when Choco has done that, but usually it's when he's surprised and he's just like,
Yeah.
like, what are you doing? But for the second round of ban phases, note, as we talked about before, Varus and Ziggs, some of the best scaling marksmen in the game, and also just having a safe laning phase that you can poke and clear the minion waves from such a far ways away. They've been locked in for both teams. Historically, we have normally seen Ziggs in the mid lane, but then as we got closer and closer to Horizon Cup and during the offseason with the community tournaments, Ziggs made their way from mid back in or down towards Dragon Lane, as you know, that was one of the few ways you could match up either against Varus or when Caitlyn was super powerful.
I think the big thing that makes it stronger in Dragon Lane is that you don't have the task of trying to move around the map while you are just farming, because Ziggs does perform best when he is just scaling up. And look at this, Rafa. You're already popping off. I'm popping off as well. We have our first Zed of WNS on the stream anyway. And boy, oh boy, is this champion powerful.
And I wonder if by early picking Zed, this is a throwdown saying, okay, we know that Diana is available, but we're picking Zed because this is going to be our answer to Diana in the split push in the laning phase. Pantheon being locked in as well tells me that unless, you know, they're switching Camille to the jungle for Where is Tony, Pantheon jungle, a little bit of an EU flavor. The first time we ever saw Pantheon in the jungle was courtesy of, I don't remember if it was, I don't think it was Rick's GG, the European team that brought it out, but it was one of the top European teams at the time going into the championships, and I just remember seeing a ton of Pantheon jungle. And it wasn't something that here in NA we picked up on, but it's pretty damn good early game. But Pantheon Baron, Camille jungle.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, Zenith God was the player who played it a lot in the top lane.
That's right.
So
that's right.
You're definitely right that it's really powerful in jungle, but I think with Zenith God on your team, this is always going to be something to keep in mind, and that's exactly what Yawn sends over to him as well. We're getting that one locked in and loaded. We also do have to mention that it is Wukong in the jungle. Bit of an NA flavor as well. We saw that one picked a lot in North America in the last year. Sort of fallen off after seeing more global play and seeing that champion sort of invisible elsewhere, like his decoy. But you know, old habits die hard.
It is a funny thing that we saw so much Wukong in North America specifically throughout the season. Oh, is this going to be a solo kill on the top side? Barrier was already forced out of Fried Chicken. Zenith God is showing that this... I'm going to have so much fun saying that. Zenith God, Ignite for the barrier. It forces Hoi to come over towards the Baron side of the map just to protect and make sure Fried Chicken doesn't go down easily.
Oh, Fried Chicken. You got to be careful in this lane. You pop the barrier a little bit late, and now the health total is certainly in the favor of Zenith God. You can see Hui is still hovering around. There is a ward for Zenith God to make sure that he can spot out where this Wukong actually is going to be. Backing away now, just to be safe.
9 and best player, aka. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. I for some reason I didn't realize that best player was still his IGN in the game. But this Zed matchup, very spicy. It forces 9 to take the barrier just to be a little bit safer in this 1v1. But with Ignite, kill opportunity, huge stuff for Yawn. They find first blood onto the Dragon Lane duo. The Shy could potentially also go down, but popping the barrier just for safety is going to survive.
The barrier there, just to deny any further advances, but it's already said and done right there. Yawn, as the duo lane, taking the first kill. This is, like I said before in the day, the weakness of Nami. Getting all in the early game, you are very vulnerable to this. You will get taken out. You don't have any form of escape, any kind. Just, whoa.
Another
nice
one.
game.
Oh, this time it's not the 1v1. It's just punishing the fact. FY Chicken, even though he has Flash, he cannot escape a Hextech ultimatum. Great stuff from Where Is Tony.
Yeah, very nicely done. Early ultimates in mid lane as well. They're traded. 9 with the barrier, survives, and the Ignite's not enough. Well done for 9.
Wow. And remember, this was a choice by Ace to say, hey, we can take the Zed. We don't care if they answer with Diana. This will win the 1v1. But 9 comes out on top and outplays it.
Best player 1 losing out in that early game exchange in the 1v1 is not going to be a good look. Whoa!
Oh,
how did he do that, Ice Maker?
And the chain of corruptions, the Shy even burning the Flash is not going to get out. And Sophia, no summoner spells available to them either. Huge double kill play for Yawn's bot lane.
That was genius for Ice Maker, using the Death Sentence second cast to dash through and get a different position on that one. So creative and so genius as well. Now 3 kills on this Thresh. It's a support Varus game, that's all right. Always love to keep my AD carries humble, you know.
And this feels like a game that you would be playing with Hulk Battery, and Dimitri's just like, bro, please, let me last hit some of these kills. And you're
Please,
like,
sire, 1 kill.
Well, if you were better, you would be able to last hit them. I'm
Yes!
pretty sure you've said that at some point.
I absolutely have, but it's good that you're saying it as well, that I don't have to. Hear that, Dimitri?
Dimitri's about to flame us, though, in the post-game chat afterwards. It's okay. Flame is love between all the casters here on Wild Rift. That's how we function, you know. Meanwhile, Yawn getting first grab at the first dragon of the game, but Ace taking their positional advantage on the Baron side of the map.
This is risky.
Will pick up the first Rift Herald. Zenith God comes in right onto Hui, forcing the decoy out, and the Rift Herald has spawned. But it might not be enough damage to actually get first brick here, because it's still at 2,000 HP. Yeah, 200 remaining. And 9 looking for it. Moonfall onto 2, pulling him in. Hui has the Cyclone, knocks him 9 briefly, and will be able to heal up off of the Honey Fruit. But now the response from Yawn might be answering back for first brick, potentially.
Oh, no. Oh, no! What a scout from Sad. Finding out both of them in that brush. Know where it was safe. They needed to walk back to the base instead of recalling. But there was no way for them to know that. Now, Ice Maker just barely whiffing on that Death Sentence. Oh, man. This Dragon Lane duo is crushing it.
Making so many plays. And you know what? Sad finally finds a couple kills for themselves, you know? It's no longer Ice Maker securing them.
Yeah, that's a nice little bonus. I'm glad you called that out. Sad. Getting in on the action, too.
I don't think Sad is actually living up to their name, though. Because if I'm 2-0-3 on Varus, I'm not sad. I am sad, though, for Hui. Getting routed off in their own jungle, not able to pick up their own blue buff. This game 1 opener, looking
best player. Oh, no.
Oh, no! What is going on? Oh, man.
Get him, Fried Chicken!
There's
Get him.
so much.
Yeah!
Okay, well, Fried Chicken finds the first kill of the game for Ace, and returning back forward. Yawn still has 7,000 gold lead, though. You know, it's nice for Ace to pick up something, but this is so hard.
Bit early on the dive, but it's completely all right. They still kept focus on that turret. That's a mistake that we end up seeing pretty often, where you're taking the turret and then you're like, oh, they're stepping forward. We can dive them, but forget to actually take the structure, and you end up taking 1,000,000 damage from the turret. So nice resilience there for Yawn. Not skipping any steps on that one. They do still manage to take that structure, and we've seen this before today, Rafa. When you lose out on that mid lane turret, when you lose out on these outer turrets, really difficult to stay afloat and keep track on your gold, as you will be bleeding out these jungle camps if Yawn or whoever your opponent is on their A game and taking away these resources when they're free.
Is there a way for Ace to come back into this game? Because the biggest scaling component is the Shy, obviously. Since Ziggs, you get multiple more items. And technically, Zed should be able to get to a point where his assassination potential is easier to hit. But if he can't lane against Zenith God or Nine early on, it's going to be so difficult for him to get even resources.
Yeah. It's pretty true. It's a concerning start here for Ace. They're definitely worse for wear in this matchup. They need to find a lot of those picks they're talking about, mainly with their Zed, and get to a point where the Shy's poke damage can actually force the members of Yawn off of these objectives. They're far from that right now, and best player, Flash immediately used. That is the last outer turret. Oh boy.
The entire map has been broken open, Smacks. You know what that means. These jungle quadrants do not belong to Ace anymore.
Mm-hmm. It's just a domino effect, right? Because you lose out on your turrets, and then you don't have jungle camps, you don't have objective priority, and if you don't have any of those things, you're probably going to miss out on your mid lane turret as well. And eventually it all cascades down on your Nexus, and then you have to think, I guess we're in game 2. You got to figure out something else to do. And for Ace, they really need to find some way to stem the bleeding.
Well, Tidal Wave will find a couple members here. White Chicken does find one dunk onto Nine. Can he get more resets, but Chain of Corruptions will stop them in his tracks. Rest of Ace going to be content with finding at least another shutdown onto a powerful opponent like the Diana. But this Rift Herald, I don't think they can contest for.
I mentioned the scaling aspects of both Ziggs and Zed. Darius has some scaling also, so it's not necessarily the end of the world that Wide Chicken is getting these kills over other members, but you have to look across the board and see who the main problems are, and the Thresh and the Varus aren't really champions that make a Darius' life easy.
I like this pick opportunity, though. Zenith got no way to get out of this one, even if he gets enough distance to use the ultimate. Oh, he's going to try!
No way!
Beautiful stuff from Zenith God. You know, just as I was saying it in the calls, like, well, I mean, if he can flash somewhere, and then maybe it'll be enough time for him to Grand Starfall out, and that's exactly what it does. Jeez.
That's hilarious. The Grand Starfall exit. It's not quite as humbling as when you have to use Hero's Entrance as Hero's Escape.
Oh. Ice Maker looking for the flash on the best player. He just dodges it with a quick little sidestep. 1,700 on this outer turret. Meanwhile, Zenith God has an open lane to just push on through.
Looks like most of these are pretty open at this point. You need to find a really good way to counteract and get into these team fights, and Louis was thinking about it right there, but didn't quite have the backup of the entire team. Got some wave clear. There's the Super Inferno Bomb. Mega Inferno Bomb? I always get those
Mega
mixed
Inferno
up with
Bomb.
Jinx.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Super Mega Death Rocket for Jinx, Mega Inferno Bomb for... There's too many Megas.
No, man. Mega Gnar as well when he enters this game. That'll be another one to keep track of. Maybe that's when we can convince Joshi to play the game with us. But anyway, another turret falling to the wayside. Yawn doing their due diligence. I really love this gameplay. You always have to acknowledge that it is clean. Less clean, though, is Zenith God getting picked off in the Baron lane. No flash this time to escape. And that is actually a kill going over to the Zed.
It's nice for the best player to find some gold in his pocket. Fried Chicken also... Sorry. I love saying
Can't say the name without smiling. It's just too good.
Yeah. You know what?
Fried
Even though Ace are down 10,000 gold, and unless Yawn just throw over and over again, we'll probably have to go back to the drawing board for game 2. You can at least be proud in the fact that your name makes everyone happy to read and say out loud.
It's an entertainer.
Hey, sometimes that's branding power right there. That's how you get known.
You know, you're not wrong. For all you listening out there, I don't think Rafa is likely to forget a name like Fried Chicken. So
Yeah.
just leave a statement right there, I guess.
Fried chicken. I might get some fried chicken after the broadcast today, bro.
I was thinking the
Sounds
same
good.
thing. I have been thinking of eating some nachos the whole day. And
Nachos?
I think those are calling out to me today.
Well, Ace, this is Nacho Jungle right now.
You know what? I'm clapping. I don't know if it's picking up on the mic.
Yeah, well, definitely not their dragon, as Yawn have ultimate positional advantage. Mega Inferno Bomb, nice attempt from the Shy to see if he could cheekily steal it away. But this is a 3-dragon empowered Yawn with 11,000 gold lead. So at this point, they are just slowly finding avenues to close out this game and breaking down these turrets one by one. Eventually, I wonder if they can just completely strangle Ace out of this top quadrant with Vision, and then you can just look for the Baron, and that'll be a safe way to eventually siege your way through the base and go on to game 2.
Yeah. I feel like there's a bit of repetition involved in the way that this game is happening, but it continues to be true that if Ace don't do anything at one of these objectives, at one of these waypoints, then every single one of them will be given over. This is probably their last chance.
Oh, Death Sentence. Oh, Hoy's in there. Can he find the Smite Steal? But it's going to be Where's Tony who secures it for the side of Yawn.
Ooh.
And now you have him flying over the wall. Hextech Ultimatum locking down one of the best player. Can he get out? He has GA. He'll have a second chance.
Woo!
Oh, he looks for the hook shot onto 2 in the back line. GA has been popped. Fried Chicken. Can he save this one? He's got multiple stacks trying to kill one. Oh, but it doesn't... It's not going to be enough damage to get the reset down. And it looks like Sad doesn't even go down to the bleed.
Oh.
So
Good
unfortunate
effort.
for the side of Ace. But Yawn taking this one very, very confidently.
Definitely a good effort. They actually were able to land 2 of those kills. Unfortunate that the Baron Smite did land Cheese side down for that exchange. Oh man, the Shy. You gotta run.
Oh, God.
Wait. Worth.
Nice, just sending a message. Okay. Was that necessary?
Yeah.
I'm
It
just
looked
kidding.
cool, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, gap close, flash, making sure that Sad had nowhere else to go. Guarantees a kill. As Ace, you got to look for anything that you get. And even if you're overkilling with resources, it's better than underkilling and not getting the kill at all.
That's true. If you overcook fried chicken, then you just have, burnt fried chicken. But if you undercook fried chicken, then you have salmonella.
That's not good. Now, where's... Man. I thought that maybe with the crowd control from Ace, they could have locked down Where's Tony, but he was fine. He had a dark passage waiting in the wings. Gets out. No problem whatsoever. 14,000 gold for Yawn. This Elder's Ocean is coming up soon. And this could be the last nail in the coffin for Yawn to just secure, and then surely no way for Ace to even come back, as they have tried to find picks. Doesn't always work out.
We mentioned a lot of what's been going wrong for Ace, but I do want to give Yawn a lot of credit for their methodical just operation that they're pulling on to Ace, trying desperately to avoid the buzzer. I don't know if that reference will land for the Zoomers out there. This was a board game back in the day. I digress.
Which board game
the
are you
members of Yawn
referring to?
are taking their time with this one, and it's working really well.
Hang on. Which game are you referring to? Hold that thought.
Operation.
Where's Tony? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, Hextech Ultimatum, Tidal Wave is the answer from here. Hoy pops the Cyclone. That's technically one member gone in Ice Maker, but that's the 4-man Moonfall from 9. But he has to flash away. It's a lot of damage from the Nexus turret, and surprisingly enough, no one from Ace actually goes down. But can they actually contest this Elder Ocean that has just spawned?
I think they have to. Right? It's not about whether they can or they can't. It's whether or not they need to if they want to win this game. And they definitely do. They need to find some way to take this objective away. 9 was thinking about recalling and now acknowledging that the members of Ace have 1 win condition and 1 win condition only. Is this Elder?
Zenith God onto the back line. 6,000 HP onto the Elder Ocean. The Shy has already been taken out by Zenith God, and 9 finds a Moonfall, takes out a couple more. Hui trying to stay until alive to the very bitter end, but cannot survive long enough to secure an Elder Ocean away. And it's Yawn that come out with all 4 dragons, master of all 4 elements. Yawn will be able to take this game 1 in style.
Closing this one out really well. It wasn't stylish the whole time. It was definitely a slow burn, but they never once had us doubting whether or not they would take this victory here for Yawn. Very well done. They take a well-deserved 1-0 in this series, 3-0 overall against Ace in the group stage. And from the looks of it, Rafa, it feels to me like they are approaching that 4-0 very fast.
In the head-to-head. Ace definitely had some cool responses and options into some of the powerful picks like the Camille and the Diana with the Zed. Unfortunately, it didn't come and pan out as successfully as Ace would have wanted. And we've seen some, from the international stage, some insane Zed gameplay that have just really put the team on their backs 1v9 the entire game. I'm talking about Yuzi from Thunder Talk Gaming. His Zed was the stuff of nightmares, especially for some of the Western teams on our side of the globe. But unfortunately for Ace, they couldn't really find that success in this pick for them, and so back to the drawing board they will go, and seeing if they have to really take things away like this Diana, or better yet, have to address the bot lane. Really, just the utter collapse thanks to the Varus and the Thresh dominance.
That was a shellacking in the duo lane for sure. Thresh and Varus, those 2 champions by themselves strike fear into the hearts of many, but seeing the individual performances from Sad and Icemaker in that lane as well, crushing victory for them. And it really did do wonders for the rest of Yawn's game performance. They had everything on the right foot. They put behind the scaling of the Shy Ziggs super early on. The snowball was gigantic by the end for Sad. That's just the perfect picturesque performance that you want out of a duo lane. And these guys are looking really stellar alongside that Diana performance. Because, again, this champion is just so good.
And the Moonfalls were beautiful. And then, of course, we even got a return to the Pantheon from Zenith God themselves. Now, remind me this, because I'm starting to remember some of the other picks that Zenith God has done in the past. Was he the person that pulled out Vayne top and then Draven top that one time? Because I know that the person who pulled out Vayne and Draven top was also a Pantheon player, so I'm trying to remember if this is the same dude.
It might be. That's a good question. I think you might be right about that one.
I have to verify because
I know that happened. I don't know if it was the same person, but
yeah,
we can ask Zenith God after this one.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sure there are a couple of Pantheon players, and we're just trying to scramble our brain. 2021 seems so long ago, even though it was last month, literally. But, you know, during this time, it was like one of the qualifiers for the second or third major. I just remember, you know, after the Pantheon top, they pulled out Vayne top. We're like, oh, cool. Vayne Baron lane. I mean, if you protect it, it's cool. And then we saw Draven Baron lane, and you were not a fan. I remember your utter disgust for it.
Yeah, I think for those of you who missed that, my reaction was very similar to when I saw Vayne jungle today. So you can imagine what went on many months ago.
Oh man. You know, the funny thing about the Vayne jungle, X-Scoundrel on Twitter got some commentary about it, and I saw it during the break. It's like, you know, like, in theory, this pick can work. You know, you just don't contest for this first Scuttle Crab because you're not going to be that strong, right? And you're just being protected. And in many ways, it's the same theory that you would apply for Jax. It's just that Jax might be able to aid with Counter-Strike on the first river skirmish. Vayne, you really can't unless you find a lucky condemn. So you're just on a longer timer than the Jax is. But you know, if X-Scoundrel could have seen the series in whole, though, I think he would agree with us that Cloud9 definitely need to either find some more time to practice that one out, because that's a very risky but high reward strategy.
I think it's the middle of the night for him over in Europe. But, you know, maybe he's graveyard shifting it. Maybe we have some European fans out there in the chat as well. If that is you, know that we've got the rest of this series. We also have games tomorrow for the bracket, so definitely tune in for that as well. It's going to be really fun for the teams tomorrow. We're going to make it all the way to the first major of WNS history. So that's going to be really fun.
Yeah, shout out, I think I saw earlier, Stuart, Snitch in the chat as well. Some homies over from Europe. Snitch, if you don't know him from NNA, he is a professional player, mid laner. I think he still plays for Rix, or trying to remember. I think it's Rix GG. And then Stuart, huge content creator for Wild Rift, mainly Dragon laner. Last time I checked him out. Although I'm pretty sure Stuart could probably play any role and do fine. I want to see if people like Darkbreaker or Hell's Devil comes and hangs out with us, because those are two other European-based Wild Rift YouTubers I enjoy watching a lot as well for their content and base stuff. So honestly, across the board, Europe has a lot of really cool Wild Rift personalities and content creators, and it's always... I just want to hang out with all the Wild Rift homies across the board. That's why I love
this is a good time to ask anybody out there, like, if you've got content that you're making for Wild Rift, let us know. We really love watching it, and we're hankering for some more as well. We've got a lot of really cool stuff in Wild Rift that seems relatively unexplored for now. So if you got like a cool stream or like videos and stuff, let us know. We're in the WNS Discord and all of that, so definitely hit us up. We'll watch your stuff. We love a good stream. We love a good YouTube video. I remember there have been so many times where I'll just be like, "Oh, Rafa, this player's streaming," and then we just like go into their Twitch chat and they're like, we're just like, "Oh man, we're taking notes on what cool picks you're playing," and that sort of thing.
I mean, that's how, when we first got into Wild Rift in the middle of July, and we were told and, informed that, we were lucky enough to get onto the first iteration of Wild Rift North American Summoner Series. We wanted to check out some of the players, and one of the players that popped up was Tybe, right? And so that's why we started hanging out in Tybe's chat a lot in some of his early streams, where he was calling himself Best Wukong Camille NA, right?
Yeah.
And
I think he still says that.
He probably does. I know
those junglers are like that good in jungle right now.
He was pretty darn sad when the Camille jungle got nerfed on the hookshot attack speed.
She's so fun as a jungler. As we just saw from Where Is Tony in that last game.
Yeah.
Ace definitely have their work cut out for them when it comes to considering what champions to ban here. I think the Thresh is a good call. Icemaker looked really good on that champion. So I think that's a good move. And yep, there is that Camille.
We kind of highlighted Sad and Ice Maker being the players to watch that really stood out to us. And obviously, you know, all the members in Yawn did a great job, but it seems like where things really collapsed for Ace was through the Dragon Duo lane, right? So getting Sad and Ice Maker off of their comfort picks or such powerful picks in the Varus Thresh lane. We have yet to see a Varus ban, but already Thresh being taken away means that Ice Maker does have to bring out something new.
Set ban, of course. That's just going to be standard. We saw it once. I think that's probably enough for everybody to acknowledge. Until this champion gets nerfed, it's going in the bin. Jace as well. So that champion also knocked off of the champion pick selection. We still have things like the Ziggs available. Like you said, the Varus, both these champions, really solid dragon laners. They scale up tremendously well. I would not recommend banning one of them for Yawn right here, because then Ace can just first pick the other, and then you're unmatched on that regard. So,
yep.
Yeah, they instead go back to the Akali ban that they had last game.
Taking away any potential assassins away from best player. Obviously, he didn't have the greatest showing on the Zed. Lost out on the initial 1v1 against 9, and then you lose so much momentum there in that matchup. Had best player come out on top, maybe we see a different world where Ace are able to pivot off of that strength and then use it to shut down Sad and Ice Maker from snowballing before. But one of the things that did make it through the ban phase was this Lee Sin, originally banned by Ace on red side, but now they get to secure it for themselves for Hui.
Definitely first pick worthy, this champion. So strong in that early game. One of the few champions that I feel does match the playstyle that we've seen win a lot today in the Olaf jungle as well. You don't really get to duel Lee Sin on any champion, let alone Olaf, and that is one of his main strengths. It's one of the things that he does want to be doing quite often. So we get a few other trades as well. Zenith God scooping up the Darius, apprehending it, if you will. Right away from Fried Chicken. Need to see a wider champion pool from the Baron laner base.
Varus once again for Sad. So now what is paired up with the Varus, though? That is the question. In the past, whenever Thresh is off the table, then usually you want to pick an enchanter support so that you can continue the dominance of Varus in the laning phase, go double for poke. But yo, Smacks, this is our first Renekton game of the day, at least on stream.
Yeah, very true. It's a champion that it's not super flashy in any way, but it does have that same early game effect that Lee Sin does. You don't really have any feasible way of engaging against this champion, dueling this champion in that early stage. Its base abilities are just way more powerful than a lot of the other roster in Wild Rift. The only one that I've seen even come close to something like a Fiora, and that's typically only if you can take really short trades and not go for anything extended, because Renekton really does appreciate going for a lot of trades after that, especially with the Conqueror stacked up. But Rafa, you got the Pog face going. I assume this is because they've locked in the Pantheon, maybe in Baron lane again.
I mean, either this Pantheon is going to Baron lane and we're seeing a Darius jungle, which is the only time we ever saw a Darius jungle was from a player named 80s. He had Tribe in his tag, but I couldn't tell if he was actually like with Tribe or formerly of Tribe, but I know he had played on some teams and he ran Darius jungle with Smite Ghost just so he could close the distance on some laners with his ganks. Or we see something the likes of Pantheon jungle, or if you're our favorite Braum cosplayer, aka Kangas on the on-air talent team, you play Pantheon support. And you rush like Dead Man's Plate, Sterix Gauge, just full-on tank items.
It's a strategy. I don't want to flame Kangas when he's not here, but
well,
you could
hang
just
on.
play Leona.
Let me ping Kangas and be like, hey, Smax is talking about your Pantheon, bro. You wanna say something? Square up right now.
Okay, he's gonna get the wrong idea if you do that, because I think he's very good at Pantheon and Baron Lane. But it's when you play at support that's like, yeah, he's good at Pantheon, but like, champion's just worse Leona, right? That's my concern. And if that is something that Yawn are thinking about, that's valid in that exchange as well. Akshan and Alistar are the final lock-ins. Maybe it is locks in. Huh. I don't know. Regardless of grammar, those are the champions that they've selected, and this could very well be the first Morgana Dragon lane that we've seen
That's
so
what
far.
I was thinking too.
Where you're farming up and you send Akshan to mid.
And Akshan would have a range advantage into something like a Diana mid lane, right? And then maybe you can keep her back, have mid priority for things like the Lee Sin and Renekton having a huge advantageous lane matchup. You know, and if you don't believe us, you know, Alk Battery, anytime that he gets role swapped or autofilled to Baron lane, he's like, I don't want to have to think. I'm playing Renekton. And he usually finds a solo kill or always has shove. I mean, Renekton, I feel like an undervalued champion in the Baron lane. I know Set just came out, and so he's the new big boy in town, and Camille having a lot of power and split pushing and flexibility for certain teams. But I feel like Renekton always gets slept on as we get further into the competitive season.
Like I was saying, he's just not flashy, right? He doesn't do anything like spectacular. He's going to be really good at a lot of different things, but you know, video gamers, they wanna go for the cool thing. They want the style points. Kill-tacular, Kilimanjaro.
Oh, and look at this. So, the Shy, who was previously playing as the Dragon Laner, is actually going to be taking Alistar as the support, whereas Sophia will be playing the Morgana, and more than likely, I imagine, being the one that is taking all the farm.
Farming Alistar. Moo.
That would be something. I don't know if it's something good. I mean, if it was like Senna Alistar, it's kind of huge, and then you just... Would you build Rod of Ages on farming Alistar, since he has AP scaling, or just like full on tank?
I think you're asking a question a few too deep here. I think the first question you should ask is, should you play farming Alistar? To which I would say no.
Come on, man. You don't want to try it?
And we're getting a little too deep into the Alistar conversation here. But I do think it's a valuable support.
Just not when it receives more resources than that.
I like resources on my Alistar. You're getting me all wrong. But like, Rod of Ages, man. Oh.
Come on, man. Like old AP Alistar days. Meanwhile, the first minute and a half has passed. Whereas Tony is the one that is playing Pantheon jungle. We had Icemaker roaming on over to secure this Scuttle Crab for Tony. Oh, that's a huge Dark Binding, and that allows for the full Alistar combo to come in. Tony immediately has to flash away. Icemaker taking a lot of damage. He's going to be able to sustain up thanks to the Aftershock, but has to flash away. Heal comes out. Look at that! Best player 1 will find first blood, and now they're raining in more damage onto the rest of the stragglers, and Yawn. Ace, this is how you open up an early game.
Yeah, best player getting so much out of that play. We saw that whereas Tony we saw the root of the problem in that Gage was like, oh, we're going for Scuttle. I'm going to go use all my spells on Scuttle in the middle of all that team fight. So you missed out on a lot of the extra damage and utility that comes in Pantheon's kit. I think it would have gone a lot better for Yawn if they were all on the same page. Like, are they going for the fight? Are they going for the Scuttle Crab? Took a little bit of a half measure there and ended it in their demise, at least in the early game. We know that Yawn has taken a really solid record against this Team Ace, so we don't want to fully count them out yet. And we did just see how well they played in the first game of this series, too. Great start for Ace, though.
Not only with first kills over to best players Akshan, but also Hui's Lee Sin. These are the type of champions that benefit greatly off of early snowballs. But now it's up to them to facilitate even further. And one way to do it is to bring your advantage to one lowly member in Zenith God. Fried Chicken immediately dashing, flashing on top. It's a lot of damage in the return from the dunk here, but beautifully executed from the members of Ace.
Flawless kick for Hui. accomplish multiple things is, whoa, the rest of this team fight might not be so flawless. 9 with the Moonfall, double kill, has the barrier. Can he escape the Shy? The Aftershock pump in the end was enough, and the extra movement that Icemaker tried to get the Shy out of there ended up killing his own mid laner.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because you can see he's like, okay, I got you. And then it just propelled him forward. It's like, oh shoot. I'm sorry. Thought I was trying to save you.
The intentions were good. And I think 9 will... I think 9 knows that. I think 9 won't be too broken up about it. So the objectives are spawning now. Hui, very confidently stepping forward onto this Drake. Has a lot of backup for him as well. Meanwhile, Yawn have not rotated fully at all. They are still in farming mode. Will they try to contest this all the same? Oh, they will!
Grand Starfall coming in from Where's Tony, but it's a little too late, and he just gets immediately rooted up by the Dark Binding, and no one from Yawn can really follow up.
Yeah, big disconnect there. We saw Zenith God did not rotate at all. He's much more focused on taking some turret chip damage. Will need to escape rather shortly as the rest of Ace is moving on up, but that's true for Zenith God, it's true for Sad as well, staying in the Dragon lane. Bit of a disconnect once more for Where's Tony.
So far, if you're an Ace fan, it's a nice bounce back after a Game 1 pretty much blowout from Yawn. And this is, you know, considering that Yawn had already had the series head-to-head score in their favor. The Shy looking for a potential combo on here. He's going to be able to advance on forward. And 9 still goes down. It's a flash required from best player and the Ignite in the... But they find it. 6-2 now.
I like the mechanics there from the Shy, using the Proto Belt to get in range and getting all of the extra damage off as well. It's just such a nice and fun item when you're playing these engaged supports. I really like it on Rakan and Set and Alistar, everything. Always a fun time. Love to see that come out from these players. So we are still reeling from the really strong early game, honestly, from Ace. This is such a gigantic advantage in the mid lane in specific here for best player. 9 has had a really solid set of games on the Diana, but will he be able to match this extra strength given over to this Akshan?
And Akshan with the Blade of the Ruined King completed for him, as well as Fried Chicken, also working towards that Wit's End. But it's a gank attempt. Flash immediately comes out from response of Fried Chicken. Web swing from best player, making sure that no one is following it up.
Everywhere this Akshan goes, just destruction and chaos for Yawn. There's really no way for them to combat this at this time. And even though they try, on the other side of the map, Ace are taking away the first turret as well. They're starting to break open this entire map.
Slow and small steps. Fried Chicken, however, in a 1v3, nice explosive cast, punts him forward, but he's still getting a lot of HP back, and the turret shots were too much for Tony to really handle here. Icemaker has to flash away, but still goes down, and now the Shy was looking for a combo. Zenith God immediately using the Rocket Belt and Flash to escape. The rest of Ace, they are the ones that are now putting Yawn on the back foot, forcing them to make desperate reactions.
Yeah, Ace is running around the Rift right now. This is very well executed so far. Again, it's best player who's holding the reins. And for Fried Chicken, too, being able to survive underneath that turret, something that realistically only Renekton could possibly be capable of doing, really. He had the extra Dominus health and all of the Fury being stacked up to make sure the Call of the Meek was able to get all of the healing you could possibly want. Very well executed from this Baron laner of Ace, who had a pretty stand-up performance in a losing game in Game 1, so this isn't too surprising, but the fact that all of Ace has really come together and brought this series back from the jaws of defeat is really impressive.
Yeah, and in the manner that they are doing so after what seemed like such a convincing win from Yawn, it had us definitely expecting, oh yeah, well, they probably will be able to do it again, right? But you know, remember, Wild Rift, very snowbally in nature. As soon as one team has a commanding lead, it's so hard for the other team to really struggle and grasp for a way back in. You're really relying on miracle picks around the objective, or looking for a steal onto something like a Baron or an Elder Dragon. But that's going to be not until at least 14 minutes into the game.
Certainly won't be able to easily steal away this Mountain Drake either, as 9 was forced to flash in a 1v1 against best player. Already has a wit's end. There's really no way that he's being killed by a solo magic damage dealers. Oh, all the members of Yawn are in the mid lane.
Chain of Corruption spread onto multiple members from Sad, but it's still not going to be enough to lock him down. Hui picks up an easy kill on a Zenith God. The rest of Yawn scrambling for an answer.
Certainly take one for ones if you are a Yawn, as Sophia also falls in the middle of all of that chaos. You're not super happy about losing both of the objectives at the same time. It doesn't really look like Yawn can do anything about that sadness, but it remains. Still looking to pick up any table scraps that are left from Ace, as we're going to have to see now if Ace is able to take the same methodical approach that Yawn just displayed in Game 1 and close out this game really cleanly.
It's a solid 5,000 gold lead for them right now. And you already mentioned it before. Who is taking down Budget Aladdin right now? I mean, like, Akshan is living his best life, going rogue, being stealthed.
Wait, what did you call Akshan? Aladdin?
Budget Aladdin. Yeah.
Budget Aladdin?
I mean, it's not really budget because best player is killing it right now. He's got a lot of gold, so it might be disrespectful to call him that, but, you know.
Needs his Will Smith genie.
Well, that's the gold that you get, you know?
I guess.
Robin Williams, though, will always be the goal. So.
Yeah, we'll see which genie it actually ends up being. Oh, man. I have never heard him called Aladdin before. You're not too far off on that one. In the battle for mid lane priority right now.
Smacks, you know, because so far the game has really nicely played from Ace. Okay, response potentially though on the best player 1, already forcing out the flash and the ignite. The comeuppance. Oh, nicely countered.
That's the entire ultimate ability. I've always said, oh wait, hold on.
Ooh, okay, but punishing a
swing?
second time. The Shy is here to try and protect him, but Alizar can only do so much after the initial combo.
Oh.
He's popped the Unleashed Change as well. Damage reduction keeps him alive, but no best player available for the next few seconds.
Yeah, as I was saying, you have the Wit's End, so no magic damage dealer is going to kill you. Zenith God and Tony do deal physical, however, and that's exactly what they use to take down this Aladdin champion. Nicely done. More kills into these members, and yeah, Zenith God is getting a little scary. I really love in both of these games, by the way, that he's just throwing an extra serrated Dirk into his build every time. I don't really know what the plan is there, but it is just a nice flavor. He did it last game on Pantheon too. I like it.
Maybe Edge of Night.
Well, he just like sat on the Dirk the whole game. Like he never built it into anything. So.
Okay. All right. For Yawn, it's a nice pick. It's not going to be enough to get them back into this game. They're still down 5,000 gold, but it's not the end of the world. There's still a possibility. There's a chance. The Rift Herald might be able to pick up this first turret of the mid lane. Oh, that's going to be pretty disastrous, though, for Yawn. A successful solo kill from Fried Chicken takes out Zenith God on the Baron side of the map. They're making work onto the second-tier turret in the Dragon lane. They can't
attack best player once more. Yeah, it's really hard. The Black Shield is, well, even more utility and mobility for this champion. Ace looking to secure their third Drake in a row. I don't think there's going to be any contest of any kind. Tony not even moving toward that one, even though he has this Grand Starfall. Learned from the first Drake, perhaps, that it does take quite a while for that one to channel, and it is a lot of damage that Ace has at their disposal to make sure they take it before he lands.
Oh, man. You... the way that Where's Tony's just standing there before even recalling, it's just like... He's taking a long sigh. It's like, please, let me just have something, man. My red buff down 5,000 gold against Hui's Lee Sin right now. It's on the struggle bus, bro.
Yeah. I wonder if he was standing there just to, like, all chat rude. Why you gotta take my red buff, man? Oh, no. Yeah, you gotta feel for him in that play right there. We're still seeing and waiting if Yawn can find one of these plays. It's very similar to what we said about the last game, honestly, where Ace is now on the receiving end of some really solid, or the giving end of the plays. I don't know. They're doing well.
They're making the good plays. I think that's what you're looking for. Stun from Zenith or Tony. Oh, good God. Oh, God. They try to make a counter response as Yawn, but they just blew up Tony so fast. Trying to blow up a fly chicken here, but that's a difficult task.
Woo!
Baby! The Shy finds the angle, but can anyone really follow it up? It's going to be enough damage from the rest of the members of the back line of Ace.
Oh.
Soul Shackles from Sophia will lock him down for further destruction, and all but Zenith God will go down. No one falls from the side of Ace, and they're pushing in. This could be game 2 with the death timers.
And the killer instinct there from the Shy, seeing Sophia landed a really good bind and instantly punishing it as well. Do they have enough minions, Rafa? I think they do. We're going to a game 3.
All right, Yawn and Ace. Okay, so this is huge because last time around we came in with the expectations that Yawn had the winning series record over Ace, and with that game 1 win, super convincing, super dominant. It's like, okay, yeah, this should probably be Yawn closing it out in a 2-0 sweep, but Ace are not going down without a fight. They want to show that they can tango with the best, who now need one more game to win, and they, alongside Immortals, will be representing some of the other top 8 teams in our top 8 single elimination bracket starting tomorrow.
It's getting contentious. Like you said, I did not think that it would come to a game 3 after watching that performance, but here we are all the same. Ace, in their final hour, really bouncing back and showing that they still want desperately to get into that major. They want to get into that bracket first of all, of course. And to do that, they will need to have another game like that, another performance where they show that Yawn, even though they had all those wins before, they're not just going to get run over. Ace, they're really surprising us today, and this is just what the beginning of the season's all about, Rafa. All these new players showing us what's up, showing us that even though they weren't in that first year, they can still tango with the best of the best. They're here to stay.
And this is huge for Ace, especially best player, because I think the onus when he locked in that Zed against the Diana pick of 9 from game 1, a lot of really the win con kind of hovered on him to come out successful in that lane matchup. But the first all-in that we saw, he barely loses it out to 9. 9 scrapes by, and then ever since then, there's no way that best player can actually touch him or Zenith God on the Pantheon for the remainder of the game. But this time around, Buckles Dunn says, okay, you know what? Game 1 Zed didn't work out. That's okay. I'm going to bring out the Sock Sean. We're going to have a better time. And through working with Fly Chicken and their jungler, Hui, they had a fantastic early game. They neutralized the Dragon lane from being ran over like last time. The Shy even also looking great on the Alistar roaming around as well. We're obviously super excited to see how the series pans out, but we're going to take a short break to recharge. When we come back, will be the final game of the series between Yawn and Ace. All right, Wild Rift gamers, last game of the day of our first qualifier of our first circuit for the Wild Rift North American Series, brought to you and presented by Riot and Wisdom. It has been a blast covering so many exciting series today between Yawn and Ace, who are now bringing us to a Game 3, but then, of course, also our Cloud9 Sentinel series and our Suzaku and 16-bit Genesis series earlier today. Make sure, if you are just tuning in now and miss out on those games, we are also streaming if you're watching this on twitch.tv/WildRift Esports or twitch.tv/ I think Giant Slayer TV, that you check out the VODs afterwards on YouTube, because I think we're also streaming this feed live to YouTube as well. So hello, Wild Rift YouTube chat as well. And all these VODs will be saved on the YouTube channel as well. So make sure you check them out, because we had some pretty exciting series, especially if you want to keep up to date with all of the North American Wild Rift action here.
And we still have an exciting series right now as well. Yawn versus Ace. Ace starting a potential reverse sweep, and it would be like a big reverse as well, because to even get to this match to begin with, Ace did in fact take a 0-2 loss to Yawn before. So this is a huge momentum shift in this specific head-to-head against these two teams. So I think for Ace, this is a really big moment where they get to draw the line in the sand, like, all right, we've had enough. We are going to turn this on. We're going to finish the download on how to beat this team and finally punch our ticket for the bracket. That's, of course, if Yawn don't bounce back and take things more into their own hands, especially in that early game. I think that was really where things started to look a little tipsy for them, where they gave over a couple of very crucial kills to best player Akshan.
Yeah, best player having a redemption arc in between games 1 and 2. Zed, not so great. Akshan, nice. Good stuff. And I think also the big, shout out to Hoi and Fly Chicken as well for, having a much more successful top side of the map. Fly Chicken, even on the Darius, was trying to go for some hero plays in game 1 and salvage things for themselves. Hoi definitely not finding as much success or being much of a presence in the Wukong game 1, but Lee Sin definitely changing things up. And now Yawn, they're returning to the blue side this time around. And this does mean that Ace, unfortunately, will not get their hands on Lee Sin, because they know that Yawn would more than likely want to snatch it up.
Lee Sin, quite powerful still. It's no surprise that one's still off the table. The Morgana respect this time around is really cool. Sophia did have a much better performance on that champion compared to the Nami as well. And now, granted, it wasn't all in their hands, right? There were a lot of things that were going awry in that game, but it was a really one-sided matchup for Ice Maker and Sad when they were playing that Varus Thresh. So I like that Yawn are respecting those picks and removing them from the pool alongside the Ziggs, actually. That one's also gone.
No long-range Mega Inferno bombs coming in for Ace. I'm curious if Shy and Sophia are going to do something similar, where they had Sophia play a farming mage, and the Shy is the one that plays the roaming support. It definitely suited their playstyle as well. I know Smax was like, please ban set, please ban set, please ban set, please ban set.
Someone. Very concerned.
You know what's something else, Smax? Off of that game, Diana's win rate is no longer 100%. Oh, this is a new jam too. Is this the last game of the day jam? A little bit of a slow jam. Oh, that's spicy. The little, it's like xylophone marimbas.
That was nice.
Wisdom always has the most fire beats on the channel too, man. The music selection.
True.
Chef's kiss.
Ooh. All right. So Fried Chicken going right back to the Renekton. It could very well be into this Jace that has been locked in as well for Yawn. We don't necessarily know where the Jace is going. There are a few options, but assuming that it will be in the Baron lane, that'll be a bit of a different layout for what we expect this matchup to look like. Because Jace's early game could potentially match the Renekton, again, if you go for short trades at a distance.
The Shy returning to Alistar once again, I imagine. This time around, Yawn are going to see if they can change their luck, not only with the Jace first pick, which was let through this time around, but also an Orianna switch up. Now, we know that Sad could be locking in this Orianna for the mage on the bottom side, but Ace, they know that the Akshan worked out to great success in Game 2. It's going to secure for themselves once again.
Just taking stock of what champions they just won on, and which one of those they did not get banned away from them. That's exactly these three. Renekton, Alistar, and Akshan. They are running it back with all three of those champions. We'll need to see what the other options will be, and if, indeed, the Shy will be right back on Alistar, moving away from the Dragon Lane role in specific and moving to the support, still staying within the same lane, of course. Other things that are options for like mage champions are already off the board. The Morgana and Ziggs were banned away by Yawn, and this Orianna as well. Those are all of the standard mages that we've been seeing in the Dragon Lane. So if Sophia does mainly play those mages in that role, then there's a bit of a pinched pool here from this point, and likely will mean we need to see a marksman.
Brand would be the only other mage I could think of that you could do.
Good call.
We also saw Sentinels bringing out not necessarily a mage, but someone that is traditionally in the mid lane in the Twisted Fate, and they played it AD, which is kind of cool. They're not going to reveal the pick, though, from the Dragon side of the lane yet. Hui will return to the Wukong. No Olaf this time around either, so that will not be challenged from the side of Yawn. They still need to lock in their jungler, and I was going to say, either a mid laner if this Orianna does end up going to Sad, or a Dragon laner for Sad instead of the Orianna.
Yeah, there's still some movement that can be had here for Yawn. Vayne is back. I think we can safely assume that this is not going to be in the jungle. I've been known to curse things. But hey, Rafa, you've blessed this draft. You've called a profit take here with this brand.
Last possible mage that they could have gone for. I guess the only other Dragon Lane mage I would be okay with is like a Veigar, right? Yeah, Smaxy's just processing.
Am I crazy? Is he in this game? He is, right?
Yeah. He was released alongside Jace and Caitlyn. Yeah, but we never really saw Veigar come to fruition in multiple compositions, right? But Brand,
that's right. Yeah, he wasn't even allowed to be played. Okay, that's where the confusion is. Okay.
Yeah, Caitlyn and Jace were much spicier flavors. No one really experimented with the Veigar. The Brand, though, makes a lot of sense in terms of just consistent AoE magic damage, though, when you think about it, because you throw out the Pyroclasm, and even if you go down, as long as you throw the ultimate out, you will always be contributing a ton of reliable and consistent magic damage, because not only it's going to hit everyone in that cluster bomb, but also it's doing percentage max HP damage, so not even the tankiest of foes will be able to escape its wrath.
That's what we have to look out for here for Sophia, as just like we were mentioning before, it is the Shy back on the Alistar, playing the support role once more. And, oh man, look at this. It's the Crystal Rose Dragon. I love this skin.
Oh, dude, he looks so dapper,
so
bro.
Dapper. Oh my, we just said the same word! Rafa! That was so cute.
Yeah, bro. It's been a long time. I missed casting with you. Best player getting some vision. Seeing where is Tony? Well, he's on red buff right now.
Ooh. I already am liking the look from these double-ranged bot laners here for Sad and Ice Maker. We saw their complete destruction of the lane as a duo in Game 1. They will need to keep that one up here. It's a bit more difficult this time around, as it's not the safety of the Thresh that they have. And if you do get engaged on by the Shy's Alistar as Nami, you likely will be in a world of hurt. So a little bit more risk for error, I'd say, in this one, apart from like the skill shots landing of Thresh. So that's something to consider in this lane.
You already saw in the Baron lane, Zenith God having a great trade into Fried Chicken off of the level 2 power spike, and Fried Chicken immediately returning to the recluses of the Honey Fruit just to sustain back up and surviving the onslaught of this early bully laning phase from Zenith God. Oh god.
Yeah, it's actually true of both of these side lanes here for Yawn. Sad, still keeping that Honey Fruit available, and a lot of that damage that the Shy took was eaten back up by the Honey Fruit of their own on Ace's side. This lane pressure really coming in on all fronts for Yawn. You can see they've already actually gained about 1,000 gold in the lead. That's mostly because of the waves pushing, but this certainly is going to help.
You know, even though that Where's Tony did not land the knockup. Oh, wait. Oh, he honored him. No! The torch shot is going to take aggro. Oh, God.
Oh. Tony was out. He just needed to not stab the cow with his stick.
Sure got angry. You don't stab the cow when it's angry.
Man.
That was actually...
I don't know if Tony would make a very good Matador after watching that one, I'll be honest.
That was the Shy under the tower. Just, bro, why'd you stab me? I was going to let you get out with a free pass and everything. As we saw, the attempted dive from Sad and Ice Maker onto Sophia in the Dragon lane. Unfortunately, it was not successful enough where they could burn any summoner spells. Sad had to burn the flash because it was taking one too many turret shots after the dive. So despite Yawn having a pretty huge gold lead just off of the laning advantage that they got, Ace is able to pull back ahead on some of the misplays and the misexecutions.
It's a high-level concept to dive on like a really pushed wave like that as well, because it accomplishes a bunch of things at the same time. Oh! Ice Maker really trying to save the play there. Man. 2 birds with 1 stone on that play. Well done to best player. Akshan crushing it again.
You know, taking advantage, too, thanks to the Shy just roaming around and constantly looking for plays to accelerate Ace in the central core pieces. Fried Chicken going in with the all-in. Still down a level, but Dominus does a lot to give you all-in potential. However, Zenith God, if he finds this accelerated shock blast, it will be lights out, but looks like the acceleration gate was not available. Fried Chicken lives to see another day.
The double ignite showing the volatility there in this matchup. This is what I was referring to before with all the early game priority that can be gained on both of these champions. You're seeing that most of the gold lead is in fact in Zenith God's pockets alone. Full Black Cleaver now making his way over to this Drake.
Oh, Hoy does land one knock-em on to Where's Tony, but he flagged and drags on out.
Oh,
sad. Onto the flank, but I don't know if you really want to be flanking against Vayne, but he has enough movement to be able to get out of harm's way. Pyroclasm comes out, and that's a lot of burn damage from Sophia. Just roasts everyone from Yawn to the core. And look at best player in Hoy. They find a straggler in 9. That's a double for the mid laner of Ace. And won't you look at that, Smacks? The series head-to-head score doesn't matter at this point. The Ace that we are seeing right now is coming through huge in what could potentially be the game to win to get into top 8 tomorrow.
And Sophia's damage in that last team fight was so crucial. I'm sure that they were topping the damage charts after that one, because fighting in close quarters against Brand is just never, ever something that you want to do. And I'm sure that Yawn acknowledged this after this, but it might just be too late. As we've discussed, this game can have a wicked snowball effect. And now, with all of those kills, all of that gold advantage swinging across the board, literally with Akshan, this is going to be really tricky for a Yawn, especially considering they didn't even go for a trade on the Rift Herald. That's now both objectives for Ace secured.
This mid game is starting to spiral into Ace's favor. 2,000 gold lead is nothing to write home about, but they've already have the central pieces to set up for the destruction of 1 turret guaranteed. And for first brick, another explosion of gold to be just really flourishing the pockets of Ace. But at least this time around, Yawn is starting to recognize what allowed Ace to get this early snowball to work so well. They targeted 9, they had the Shy roaming around, so Ice Maker, despite not being on a champion that does well as roaming with the hard crowd control like the Alistar, is still trying to be there to save laners from going down.
Yawn's certainly worse for wear at this point. It's not at that point of no return that we have mentioned many times, and this certainly would be a good way to bounce back. Fried Chicken cannot keep up pace against Zenith God.
It might be the trade, though. The Shy is coming in. Oh, but Zenith God flashing over the headbutt keeps himself alive. It might be enough just so that he can soak up this wave.
Not quite communicated there with the rest of the squad that Zenith God still did have Flash, and thus cannot be punished. Unless the Shy goes for a prediction play of some sort, but wasn't quite able to manage it underneath that turret. Zenith God gets to live another day. Scrounging up a kill for Yawn. This is what I was mentioning before. They're not out of this yet. They do have pretty big deficit across the board, but now with all that priority that they were able to grasp with that Baron lane, they're in a race, and they will win it for first brick.
Huge swing for Yawn. This allows them to even the gold lead for a little bit, despite being down massively in kills. Ace still looking for advantages, though. This Rift Herald will get a second crash onto the second tier turret, and they're collapsing onto the mid lane. Sad flashing away, but the exhaust will slow them down long enough for this shockwave to connect through. It's not going to be enough damage in a response from 9. Where's Tony trying to be a deterrent, but he can't really do much unless he throws down a Cataclysm and then just flags and drags on out. But it looks like everyone from Yawn does make it out outside of Sad. And the rest of them trying to hold strong in this siege.
Yawn's map movement there was really smart in concept, but they stayed just a bit too long to make it as effective as it possibly could be. I really like the idea they stay in mid lane, even though the Rift Herald's being used in Dragon lane, because they try to at least get some amount of damage on mid lane turret and eventually trade that one and eventually break apart the map from that point. But by staying too long, they do give up yet another kill. What? They make sure...
What? Oh, yeah.
The Shy, I was just trying to make an analytical point, man. Why are you breaking the game for us?
I'm sorry. Take the next fight. I'm gonna be gone for a second. Oh god. Tidal wave with
Tidal wave into the shockwave.
Oh, the shockwave is huge. And Cataclysm will lock them all down. But you gotta have more damage follow up if you're Yawn, and because all the setups is not gonna be enough if you don't have the damage to follow them off. Sad. Trying to get into the back line, but Hui with the counter response. It's so beautiful. It's so immaculate. The Cyclone wipes out 4, and Ice Maker's the only last man surviving. But they cannot stop the dragon from being taken.
Oh, it was such a beautiful picture that Yawn were painting in that team fight with every single brushstroke. And then they just... Their cat just, like, peed on it or something by the end. They couldn't quite manage to finish it off. It's just so tragic for them. They were so close to greatness.
Such an analogy, Smacks. I don't think you could have made it up. Tell me, is this something that Victor or Pat Cat has done to you or CJ in the past?
No, they are good boys.
Oh, okay.
They would never.
Just the occasional fighting. But now they're on good terms, though, right?
They are, yeah. They like each other. They do still fight sometimes, but it's not nearly as bad. It's
just like brothers. Just like brothers.
Exactly.
Well, Ace and Yawn definitely not necessarily brothers. As... is this a... Not necessarily a 1v1. Sad just taking this time to split resources down. They lose out on Rift Herald as Yawn, but more gold being funneled into Sad on the Dragon side of the map. I think this is a good trade. Yawn just trying to hold on because in theory, this Vayne can scale very, very well.
Oh no, that was an attempted recall from Tony. He was trying to get out of there and he was got canceled by Fried Chicken. I saw that. But yeah, I like that you're mentioning that they're trading some of these turrets. It's trading 1 for 2, so it's still trading down in terms of structures here. But whatever you can get is all that you can really ask for at this point for Yawn. They're certainly in the dumps, trying to scrounge out this game. And they've got some tools to do so, right? Sad is playing this really heavily scaling champion in this vein. They still have the poke threat of Zenith God's Jace. You can see how a team fight would work, and you can see how they could win the game from there. It's just going to be really hard because they are at quite the deficit, and they have reached that point where all their outer turrets are dead. They, because of that map movement that I highlighted before, are a lot closer than they should be to taking that mid lane turret, and in one fell swoop they could manage it, but it's going to be up to Ace to actually give them the leeway, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen soon.
That bush, Icemaker wanted to check and see, okay, let me set up some vision control. Unfortunately, it was already occupied by best player and the Shy. They pounce with ferocity. The comeuppance will find its mark only onto the turret, but in their case, they're like, okay, yeah, we don't get damage onto you, but I'm okay with getting more shots into the structure. They rotate quickly on over, still 5 members strong, no Icemaker available quite yet. Just like that, off of one pick, 2 turrets gone. Those are most of the outer turrets that are gone, to be in fact. It's really just one more on the Baron side of the map.
Really solid aggressive positioning there from Ace. They know they have an advantage and they know what to do with it. Really solid quality to have as a team. It will net you a lot of wins, as shown here. As long as Ace keep this in their range, they likely will close this one out and make it all the way to the bracket, something that I'm sure is a really big accomplishment for the players on this squad. Haven't quite gotten to that point yet, but we're leaning more and more in that territory, and I think big props are in order for Ace for turning this around so well. We didn't quite get to see the first series of these two teams played, but we know the result. Ace did not take a win there, so to come back, even after losing that game 1 in such a clean victory for Yawn, this is just really, really cool testament to how well they've been able to bounce back as a team, like on the morale side even, let alone the gameplay. Like coming back and saying, you know what, we still are in this. We're not out quite yet, and finding wins like this is just such a big thing to have as a team.
This is bold, though, from Ace, right on spawn. They want to burn down this Baron. The rest of Yawn are going to be able to respond, though. Oh, no! Ace! I don't know if they've learned yet, but fighting around Baron can always be so damn risky, and when you have wombo combo potential from Team Yawn, it's easy to set them all up like dominoes and knock them down. Sad coming through with a double kill. 4 members gone from Ace.
Rafa, my rousing speech! It's all for naught!
You cast your curse, though, Smacks.
Oh,
Fly Chicken does find Zenith God in the mid lane. That's 1 member gone.
Renekton is here. The
He
steal.
doesn't have Dominus.
It's possible.
No.
All right, well, it's not possible if you don't get into the pit, but I think that's probably the right call.
Well. And Dragon is still available. And they are beelining it on over. Can they... they should be able to pick it up here. Yeah. Sad just destroys this Dragon.
What have I done? Ace, I'm so sorry.
You know, one of the things I wanted to highlight is that best player once again showing a marvelous performance on the Akshan after we saw it being one of the core reasons of success for Game 2 for the side of Ace, and they were leading it in such great fashion. Doing the Baron, though, however, in theory, I can imagine if they wanted to bait them forward and then, you know, re-engage with the Shy knockup into Hui knockup, and then Sophia gets a Pyroclasm off. But Yawn were just the first ones to pull the trigger, and they punished Ace for it.
Clean movements here for Yawn in that last team fight, and now that they have acknowledged that they have that lead back in their favor, they're setting things up around this river and trying to see if any of the members from Ace are wayward souls and moving around where they shouldn't be. Don't find anybody because Ace have not quite they haven't quite gone past their bearings yet. Even though they do have that turret advantage, they still have a slight gold advantage. They've acknowledged that they did make a very major misstep, and another one of those will knock them out of this series. Best player, stealthy boy, moving around.
Where's Tony? I was a little was a little concerned because he threw out his flag, and outside of Flash, that's his only other mobility spell. Thought there was potential for Ace to jump on him and force a summoner spell or his ultimate for free. But there's no neutral objectives to fight for, and because of this Baron, they've gotten so much work done. They've taken all mid lane turrets outside of the inhibitor, and as well as the dragon lane. They're making short work of this last outer turret through the Baron lane as well.
Not bad. Yawn captured that lead really well. And they've got it on their hands now. They've taken all of these structures, as you mentioned, Rafa. The full house of turrets. Just gotta break apart those inhibitors, and this is truly just such a close game. This has got to be the closest game that we've had all day at this point.
Yeah.
In the late game, I should say. That we've had some close back and forth early game, but by this point, most of them have been decided. This one is far from it, I feel.
I think the only other game that we saw that was super close was the first game of Suzaku versus 16-bit, because they were just kind of back and forth, and then all it took was one wombo combo. But that game lasted 14 minutes.
Yeah, that
was
was
17.
Pretty fast one.
Yeah.
It's a good call though. We had some really good games today.
This is so awesome to be casting Wild Rift again, man. I definitely missed it.
We missed all of you, chat, but we're back. We're here for WNS, and we're here to stay. So we are winding down this final game where we're getting into the dire straits. So Baron now spawned. Will we be seeing another flip for it, or are we in the territory more of the team fight before the objective? As Ace have found out that that's the more clean way to approach an objective like this.
Yeah, note here, there's a lot of Guardian Angels being picked up here. Where's Tony has one, Hui has one, and Best Player has one as well. So these players
Best
can...
full build then.
Yeah. Oh, maybe finding Fly Chicken, immediately flashing away, but Zenith God trying to pound him down. Forcing the stopwatch out in the stasis, whereas Tony has locked down Sophia, and the Pyroclasm... Ooh. It's not going to come out quite yet. Sophia trying to wait and stall out for multiple members from Ace to group up, but oh man! Sad is unchecked, and Sad will just storm Page right on through. Stasis comes out, but a beautiful bubble from Ice Maker, catching Best Player out of the stasis. The Guardian's Angel will pop, but he cannot fight his way out of the 1v4. He's got the web swing, but Sad has the damage. And Yawn, it got pretty rough and it got pretty scary. Ace, seeing the Nexus in their eyes, almost thought they had a way to reverse sweep this one, but Yawn will be the ones that prevail. 4,000 HP on the Nexus. They just got to focus the one out. Boy, trying to stall them out as much as they can, but a beautiful shockwave will end it all. And just like that, Yawn will be able to move on into the top 8 for tomorrow's bracket.
Well played, Yawn, in the final game of the stream, Rafa. What a momentum killer for them. Able to completely shut down all of Ace's attempts at making it into that top 8. Luckily for Ace, they've got another qualifier next weekend, but they definitely are kicking themselves at this point. They were so close. They saw the whites in their eyes, making it into that top 8. Just barely fell short. You can see it in motion in this gold graph as well. You see that they were up about 7,000 gold at one point. Let it all fall to the side off of one Baron mishap. So it's the best way to learn. I think is the bright side for Ace, but man, oh man, were they close.
You got to feel for Ace because it was a spectacular game 2 finish that they pivoted off of. Great early game from the top core, as well as the Shy, just finding great roam plays, but Yawn being able to answer back. I mean, even this brand from Sophia got so scary for the side for Yawn because they knew if they tried to clump up too much, then oh no, like it's just a lot of residual damage that's just bouncing back and forth. But I think the way that Yawn brought out that last team fight, they realized, you know what, we need to pick off members one by one, try to get them down before we allow Ace to set up for the full-on wombo. Even though that Yawn have a great wombo setup themselves, they knew that when you have someone like Vayne, it's best to keep members scattered, right? And so that she can whittle members down one by one.
And for Vayne, for Sad, that's definitely a game that you can put in your highlight reel. Those team fights were really stellar, but I think the big highlight for me is Ice Maker, truly. On the Thresh and on the Nami, the Gragas, there were a few misplaced casks, but apart from those, I think this player really stands out to me as one to watch in the future, especially tomorrow, as we are going to be seeing what this team can do in the top 8 bracket. Congratulations to Yawn moving forward with these new players on the roster. Some definitely exciting prospects. I think Ice Maker is a support that I've definitely got my eyes on. The mid lane performances for 9 too. The Diana was really sick. I think that game definitely took a little bit of a back seat to let the scaling come through, and was a more utility based champion in the Orianna as well. It's less about that Diana assassination threat. But definitely good performances from 9 too. I think this team has a lot to be proud of, a lot to look back at and try to improve upon too.
Ace always have another qualifier weekend upcoming after this one, starting on, if I get my dates right, yeah, next Saturday, the 12th and the 13th, obviously. So because thankfully, for them, a lot of the stronger teams will be automatically qualifying into the major after tomorrow's top 8 bracket, for them to be precise. And so that does cut down the competition that you have to deal with, and it might make seeding a little bit more favorable for Ace going into next week's qualifier. And there's a lot of things to be proud of and to look back on, because remember, this is a team completely new for us. Yawn obviously having some players who are experienced into the competitive side of things, but they did make Yawn work for it. And Yawn has always been a team that has kind of showed up in our, at least a lot of our majors, and they've been consistently top 8 for the most part, despite multiple player changes throughout the season, right? So I think for Ace, you look at that and say, Game 3 could have been ours, but we played well, and, there's things to look forward to improving on.
Mm-hmm. Both these teams are really competitive, and it just goes to show that when the teams that look really competitive are getting knocked out this early, it's going to be a really competitive year, Rafa. We have a lot to look forward to here for the first year of WNS. It's a good time to be a Wild Rift fan in North America. I can't wait to get into the gameplay tomorrow. As we have 4 series tomorrow. We just finished our 3rd series on the day. 3 of 3. Tomorrow we'll have even more action. So
that's right.
Yeah, just so much stuff going on, and it really is just like every single weekend now as we're in the swing of things. Just think about that. Every single Saturday and Sunday for the next 3 months, you can come back to this channel and there will be Wild Rift played in North America.
And speaking of our top 8 for tomorrow, we got to take a look at the final look of the standings to see who got there in the first place. Obviously, we knew that Tribe Gaming had made it out of Group A, but it was Navon Hua that made it out victorious against Hold. So they'll be joining Tribe from Group A as the top 2 seeds. Immortals and Yawn will be advancing from Group B. And then I imagine we'll be seeing Group C and D just momentarily. We'll get to finalize who made it out. No More Ego was the one that was victorious, but 16-Bit Genesis, they won the reverse matchup against Suzaku.
That's incredible.
Man.
I am fully floored by that one. I thought Suzaku looked really impressive in their first series on the day that we had on the stream. You can go back and watch how well Suzaku played in that series. I thought that was phenomenal from them to see the 8-bit made the comeback. That's got to be a team to watch moving forward too. If they were able to take that series,
whoa,
very, very impressive feat for them. That's really going to be a fun story tomorrow.
I mean, we were with how Suzaku swept 16-bit. We thought there's, the Suzaku must be a powerful team, and I'm if my prediction is correct, because of how long it took for No More Ego and Suzaku match reports to come out through to the stream, I thought it was going to a full 3 games.
It did,
So
yeah. They did take a game off of Enemy.
Wow. So, and 16-bit just probably after that first series, like, all right, let's fix this. Let's get back into shape. You know, first series of the day was kind of rough, you know, shake off the nerves, and then they come right on back. You know, and we thought it was going to be possible for Ace, right? You know, winning the reverse at Yawn pulled through, but 16-bit are the ones that find their groove towards the later half of the day. And so they'll be joining Enemy. And then, of course, from Group D, as we saw, Sentinels and Cloud9.
Yeah, Sentinels, we got to see them take the win over Cloud9. Looks like Cloud9 bounced back off of their questionable jungle picks. I don't know if they decided to pick Vayne in that series, but either way, they did end up winning, and they will be making an appearance in the top 8 tomorrow as well. And that's our top 8 teams. 4 of those will make it directly into the major. The other 4 will have to fight with the rest of them in the qualifier that will be taking place a week from today.
Oh,
look at that. There they all are.
Smacks. If there is any matchup that stands out to me, it is the Enemy and Cloud9 match, because you have former players from Enemy that were yoinked by Cloud9 in Old School and Selma, and Enemy.
And Enemy has Jackie.
Yeah, and Enemy has Jackie. I remember during one of the community tournaments I was a part of during the off season, that it was literally a day before Enemy was playing against Cloud9 in that match. Jackie and Griff were just, you know, booted off Cloud9 and went over to Enemy in exchange for Old School and Selma. And I remember talking, it was like, to Jackie, and Jackie was really hyped up. But, well, I'm going to prove them that they made the wrong choice of going with them. And unfortunately, Cloud9 smacked them. Now, it was not, you know, what Enemy wanted for the result to be. But now this is the revenge tour, right, for Enemy, to show that they are the better team against Cloud9, whereas Cloud9 obviously have a lot to prove, as they just want to establish themselves as a dominant team, knowing that Enemy has consistently been in top 2 or top 3 standings for a majority of year 0 Wild Rift competitive season in North America.
This is a bit of speculation as well, but there could potentially be a matchup after that first round of Enemy versus Immortals. And if that happens, then Yikes gets to play against his old team as well. So
that's true.
There's a lot to look forward to tomorrow here on WNS. Yeah, it's going to be a great day of Wild Rift gameplay, man. Today was as well. It's just so good to be back in action for all of us. It's so good to be casting back with you, Rafa, and with all the prod people that we got to work with, and always love working with and being a part of here for Wisdom and Riot. It's just such a pleasure to be back. Thank you so much for watching today, everyone. If you're tuned in just by the end or the whole day, we appreciate you.
You know, funny you mentioned that. For anyone that did just tune in to the end and missed out all the series, and for some, you know, don't have time to go back and watch them at a later point in date, well, don't worry. Me and Smacks, we're coming up with a fun little new segment. It's going to be TLDR Wild Rift Edition, right? So, Smacks, I'm going to give you the first series. You're going to start us off. I'm going to put you in the hot seat, and you have no idea how this game is supposed to be played, but it's okay. I want you to... I'm going to be thinking of 4 words in my head, and you need to pick at least 2 of them in your response of, if you didn't watch the first series, what 2 words would you choose to represent that? This was Suzaku and 16-bit
Suzaku
Genesis.
Coordination? Those are my 2.
Okay, I was going to go with Ice or Diana, but I like Coordination Suzaku, so don't worry. I'm kind of throwing Smacks in the hot seat right now, so...
I did not know this was coming.
yeah, it's okay. Now...
I thought I did well. I thought that was good.
No.
Right, what else you got for me?
That's a good one. Okay, so now Cloud9 Sentinels. How would you TLDR this one?
Can I get 3 words?
Sure.
Vayne jungle sucks.
A third series, go. TLDR.
Ace close. Yawn. Comeback?
That's 4 words. Okay, so we'll definitely workshop this segment a little bit, but I think it has potential. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. As Smacks noted earlier, day 2 is going to be insane, as we saw from the bracket. Obviously, some potential revenge matches between Enemy and Cloud9. And then, of course, on the other side of the bracket, you have powerhouses like Immortals and Sentinels and Tribe, who are facing off against teams that are not necessarily favored, but anything is possible here in Wild Rift North American Series for year 1 of Wild Rift Esports competitively across the board. Make sure you're catching us tomorrow on the same channels here, twitch.tv/Wild Rift Esports, twitch.tv/Giant Slayer Wild Rift, or even YouTube, if you're tuning in from the YouTube side of things here on Wild Rift Esports YouTube channel as well. Top 8 single elimination bracket tomorrow starting then. Same time as always, 4 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you tune in and support these teams, and we'll be seeing you on the Wild Rift once again at that time. Until then, stay safe, everyone. Love you all, and good night.